Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft.
Here.
Mr. Evans.
Here.
Mr. Flynn. Ms. Gray Jackson.
Honored to be here.
Mr. Trainey.
Here.
Mr. Steele.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Starr.
On the phone.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Conard Mayward, you in the audience, I'd like for you to come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Will everyone please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Conard. There are no minutes from the previous meeting. Mayor's report.
Nothing at this time, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Assembly Chair's report. I'm also the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee, so I'd like to give a brief report, although it's a committee of the whole for those who weren't able to make it and for the citizens. The Budget and Finance Committee met on Thursday, January 19th. The OMB director provided the following summary. At the end of November, we were 91.5% through the year with 88.4% spent. The trend is expected to be the same for the month of December with the year ending under budget for general government. The fire department is over budget by $1 million, which is not unusual. This is due to overtime and year-end leave cash-in. If the proposed spending cap initiative is approved by the voters at the April 4th election, this action will require at minimum a $10 million budget reduction in 2018. The 2017 first quarter budget adjustments should be presented to the Assembly in late March or early April. The MOA treasurer provided the following summary. Revenues are estimated to be $6.8 million over budget, due to investment earnings, under budget, investment earnings, PFD garnishments, Fund 181 Building Safety. That means less revenues than we anticipated. The treasurer also reported that tobacco revenues are coming in strong and we could exceed the budgeted amount. The 2016 final revenue report will be available in mid-March. SAP update. The build phase was completed December 30th, and the first systems integration testing, also known as SIT, began this month. Our next meeting is February 16th from 12 to noon in the Assembly Conference Room in City Hall. Okay. Now we're going to do committee reports, and I'll start with Ms. Dombrowski.
No report.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. Mr. Croft.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainey.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Steele.
No report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow at City Hall at noon, from noon to 1:30 in room 240. We're going to be getting the draft from the Ethics Board, and they're going to be going through the new ordinance, ethics ordinance that they've just completed writing. And we're also going to get an update from the clerk's office on vote by mail. So it's going to be a very, very good, busy meeting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dunbar.
This is Mr. Starr.
But I'm going to you first, then I'll go to him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Transportation Committee had its first meeting on January 20th. It was well attended. We haven't yet set our committee meeting date for February, but I intend to hold it every month, so be on the lookout for that date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
No report.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr.
I have no report.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainey, can I have a motion to incorporate addendum and the laid-on-table item?
Madam Chair, move to incorporate the addendum to agenda and laid on the table items, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainey. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Addendum to the agenda. 9A1, AR 2017-32, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Dale Chan for his tireless community service to Alaskans. Item 9D16, AM 77-2017, proprietary purchase with legislative consultants in Alaska for professional lobbying services for the municipality of Anchorage and Port of Anchorage, $70,000. Item 9D17, AM 80-2017, amendment number 2 to purchase order 201-60330, LifeWise Assurance Company to provide stop-loss insurance for the municipality of Anchorage Employee Relations, $1,072,785. Item 9D18, Assembly Memorandum 81-2017, proprietary purchase with trust consultants for professional lobbying services for municipal light and power, $65,000. Item 9D19, AM 83-2017, amendment number 2 to the CRW Engineering Group, LLC, for civil engineering services for AWW, $120,000. Item 9F8, AO 2017-17, an ordinance amending the zoning map and approving the rezoning of Lot 1, Block 15B, 3rd Edition, Anchorage from R3 Mixed Residential District for R4SL, multifamily residential with special limitations, district containing 10.161 acres, generally located south of East 11th Avenue, west of Cordova Street, north of East 12th, and east of Barrow, within the southeast one quarter of Section 8, T13N, R3W, Seward, Meridian, Alaska, South Edition, Fairview, and Downtown Community Councils. Item 9F9. AL 2017-18, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive electrical easement to Chugach Electric Association, a portion of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 3-041, legally described as a portion of Northwest 1/4 Northeast 1/4 Tract B, Section 35T, 13NR3W, PID 007-26107 for the Campbell Airstrip Road Project and amending HLB 2016 Annual Work Program and 2017-2021 5-year management plan. Item 9F10, AR 2017-33, a resolution appropriating $68,345 lease revenue as a contribution to Area-wide General Fund 101, and appropriating said contribution to the Area-wide General Capital Improvement Fund 401, and appropriating a contribution in the amount of $60,466 from Area-wide General Fund 101 to Area-wide General CIP Fund 401 for payment of principal and interest of an inter-fund loan for the Eagle River Town Center, reappropriating a contribution to Area-wide General CIP Fund 401 in an amount of $3,425.52 from Unit 3 to Unit 1 for expenses, and appropriating a contribution of $160,869.66 from Area-wide General Fund 101 to Area-wide General CIP Fund 401 to cover expenses of Unit 1, all within the Real Estate Department. Item 9F11, AR 2017-34, resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $190,549 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 as a transfer of responsibility when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Public Works and Public Facilities to be used for arterial roadway dust control, and appropriating $18,060 to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 as a contribution from the 2017 operating budget, Anchorage Roads and Drainage Area Fund, Service Area Fund 141 in support of said grant, all within the Maintenance Operations Department. Item 9F12, AR 2017-35, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $500,000 when tendered as a grant from the Bloomberg Philanthropies to the Miscellaneous Operational Grants Fund 261, Office of Economic and Community Development, to create an innovation team. Item 9F13, AR 2017-36, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating contributions from the Area-wide General Fund 101 2016 operating budgets for continuation of projects in the amounts of $1,202,776 to the Area-wide General Capital Improvement Fund 401 for the Vote by Mail project, all within the Assembly Department, $198,115 to Area-wide General Capital Improvement Fund 401 for the GAS self-serve application project, all within the Office of Economic and Community Development, $255,875 to the Area-wide General CIP Fund 401 for the Marijuana Sales Tax Database Implementation Project, all within the Finance Department Treasury Division. It's $16,186 to the Miscellaneous Grants Fund 261 for the IGC Review Project, all within the Office of Management and Budget. Item 9F14. AR 2017-37, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $114,822.50 to the Area-wide General and various service areas capital improvement project CIP funds from premiums on the sale of 2016 Journal Obligation Bond Series A for the payment of bond insurance costs an amount not to exceed $108,074.17, and for contributions in an amount not to exceed $6,748.33. from the same area-wide general and various SIP funds to their respective area-wide general and various SA operating funds for future debt service payments. Item 14B2, Information Memorandum, 16-2017, Home and Landowners Organization, Inc., HALO, Resolution supporting the approval of Anchorage Assembly Ordinance 2017-2. Item 14O, Assembly Information Memorandum, Home and Landowners Association, Inc., HALO, Resolution supporting the approval of Anchorage Assembly Ordinance AO 2017-11. Item 14U, Information Memorandum, Resolution 2017-16, regarding the use of eminent domain and acceptance of the decisional documents for the construction of Bernard Road Reconstruction Phase 2 project. Laid on table items, item 14B, AO 2017-2, Information Memorandum, Huffman O'Malley Community Council, HOCC Resolution supporting the approval of Anchorage Assembly Ordinance AO 2017-2, AO 2017-11, Information Memorandum, 2017, Huffman O'Malley Community Council, HOCC Resolution supporting the approval of Anchorage Assembly Ordinances Number AO 2017-11. Ask unanimous consent to incorporate both the addendum and the laid on table items, and I don't see any objection, so those items are incorporated. Mr. Starr, any objection?
Nope, no objection.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Mr. Trainee, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve the consent agenda as amended, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And a second, please. Second. Thank you, Mr. Evans. Before we approve the consent agenda, we'll go and see if we need to pull anything. And I'll start with you, Mr. Bosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9 Delta 8 and 9 Echo 5.
9 Delta 8 and 9 Delta 5? Echo 5. Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Croft.
Nothing to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Welcome, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No item.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Nothing, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Dunbar.
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Starr.
No items.
Someone needs to pull A1, please.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull 9A1, please.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. The items that were pulled is 9D8, 9E5, and 9A1. Let's vote on the remaining consent agenda items. Please start voting. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you. The consent agenda is approved, less the items that we have pulled. We are now at agenda item 9A1. AR 2017-32, honoring Dale Tran for his tireless community service to Alaskans. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent. Seeing no objections, this resolution is approved.
And I'll be reading.
That will be great, and Mr. Train is going to present. Can the family please come to the podium?
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Dale Tran for his tireless community service to Alaskans. Whereas Dale Tran, at 42 years old, died suddenly on January 11, 2017. He was a force in the community, inspiring all those he met and impacting the community through his work, boundless spirit, and volunteer efforts. And whereas, born in Vietnam in 1974, Dale's family fled before the fall of Saigon, remaining adrift at sea for almost a week before being taken to a refugee camp in Guam. Eventually settled in Seattle, Washington, he served in the Washington Army National Guard. And whereas in 1996, Dale moved to Anchorage, worked at the Sagaya Corporation, and then became Chief Financial Officer at Kaladi Brothers Coffee. Dale epitomized the company motto of being a catalyst for community by working tirelessly to advocate for countless events throughout Anchorage and Alaska. And whereas through the years, Dale raised an estimated $1 million for various organizations during the annual Cloudy Brothers Coffee New Year's Day Giving campaign. And whereas Dale married Joyce Chavez Maguier in 2009, they have 2 daughters, 5-year-old Isabella and 4-year-old Abigail. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly honors Dale Tran for his community service to Alaskans, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of January, 2017.
On behalf of my family, thank you for the overwhelming support during this difficult time. As you can imagine, this is devastating to my family, but your support, your kindness, all that you're doing to help us is getting us through. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joy. We are now at Agenda Item 9D8, AM 75, 2017, Lotsfeld and Associates for Professional Lobbying Services. Ms. Domboski.
Let's get a motion. I'll
Move to approve that.
second.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Traney. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am an equal opportunity anti-lobbyist, and I believe this is a waste of money, frankly. I've said it before. We have over 20 legislators that represent the municipality of Anchorage, not to mention 12 elected members, including the mayor. Therefore, yet again, I will make my annual anti-lobby vote, and I will not be supporting the $65,000 expenditure.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote, Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at Agenda Item 9E5, AIM 1017, November 2016 Monthly Expenditure Report. Ms. Domboski.
Move to accept.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know there are some members who believe it's normal for the fire department to run over their budget by over $1 million, but I don't. But what I can tell you, and the reason I wanted to pull this specifically is because this clearly highlights, if you look at the November monthly expenditure reports and you start reading this is a report we're getting in January for the city's budget, basically, in November. And if you start reading the reports and looking at the expenditures for the fire department, there was no inclination in November among assembly members or information given to us that this was in fact going to be the case. I had a wonderful meeting. Just before this meeting, I sat down with both chiefs of the fire department and their finance officer, and it was incredibly valuable. The reason I wanted to pull this and start talking about the budget process, Madam Chair, is because the information they gave me at this meeting is incredibly valuable, and I think it would be a great presentation for the Budget and Finance Committee. I highly, highly recommend it. One of the things that I found when they were explaining it to me is when you're looking at their budget actuals, so I have their October 3rd numbers in front of me, and they were only projecting to be maybe $200,000 over budget. That's it. And that was in October. And then in November, the number jumped to 1.85 million. So a pretty significant variance in a month. But I think the chief and the financial officer really went through the numbers and they dug through it. And I think there's a really logical explanation, but it's a little complicated to explain right here on the floor. But I think this is an incredibly valuable exercise for the Assembly and the Budget and Finance Committee to evaluate and look at, because foundationally, I think there's going to have to be a couple of changes to deal with the fire department. As you noted, Madam Chair, this isn't the first time they've run over their budget. But I think this is the first time we've actually had somebody dig into the why as deep. It's not just a leave cash in and overtime. It's more complicated than that. So I would just request that we have this presentation at the Budget and Finance Committee, because I think people will really appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. And I will formally ask administration right now to ask Chief LeBlanc to do a presentation on this subject at the next Budget and Finance Committee meeting, which will be held on February 16th. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support that notion to have that kind of presentation. It occurs to me we can't go forward with much of our agenda tonight until 6. Is that right? 6:30? And do we have time now? I know Ms. Domboski, I don't think the Chief is here, but short of a formal presentation, is there any kind of information you could give us about that, or that they could come and give us in the next several minutes?
Mr. Dunbar, not to interrupt you, but we have business to deal with, and I think that the proper place for that presentation to occur would be at the, as Ms. Domboski suggested, at the Budget and Finance Committee.
Okay.
And it's public, it's open to the public, so everybody's welcome to come and hear it. But thank you, Mr. Dunbar, for your suggestion.
Thank you.
Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. You may recall I asked the question at the work session where we learned about this overrun, whether there was a method for constraining departments from granting leave cash in if departments were over budget, and specifically whether that was within our management rights. I would like that question answered. If it needs to wait to that work session or committee meeting, that's fine, but that matters because we should not be granting leave to any department that is over budget at the end of the fiscal year. I'll leave it at that, but I want that answered. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's unfortunate that the fire department is over budget, but thinking about our 2017 budget when we were debating that, I was very surprised when I saw that the fire department budget had been reduced by $900,000. And so since the budget was reduced and we ended up with a shortage this year, we really are going to have to stay on top of that so that we are not in a similar or worse position a year from now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Domboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just follow up on Mr. Flynn's question. That was in part answered, and Mr. Flynn, in part, your answer is it's contractually obligated. It's something they're allowed to do in their contract, but it's definitely worth an in-depth discussion because on the surface it looks like leave cash-in is the problem, and I don't think that's the problem. And I think it's something that definitely there will be questions that come, and that's why I found it so valuable to sit there for an hour before today's meeting and talk with all three of them, the finance officer and the chiefs, because they systematically walked me through the processes they went to find the money and to find out how it happens. And a lot of it is in accounting and where things are housed and how they're housed. And it was kind of the perfect storm. Let me put it to you that way. But I think there was a foundational issue that was identified, and I think they have a plan forward. And I was satisfied, not happy, but I was satisfied with their level of digging, let's put it that way, in their way they've identified potential options in dealing with this in the future. But I was kind of thinking the same thing, Mr. Flynn, and that's why I think it was very valuable, and it was something that was addressed in their presentation to me today.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. There is no one else in the queue. We have a motion to accept AM 9, 2017, and I'd like to put it on the board. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you. That item is accepted.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Trainee?
a moment of personal privilege, if I might, ma'am.
Certainly, Mr. Trainee.
Was anybody appointed to Board of Commissioners here tonight? Because we saw a few appointed. Was there anybody that was here that was appointed to one? Would you please come forward and introduce yourself and tell us what Board or Commission you're appointed to? Would appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Assembly. I am Commissioner Matthew L. Thomas. I serve on the Health and Human Services Commission through the Department of Health and Human Services through the municipality. I appreciate my reappointment. I've served 3 years on the commission as it is, and it's been a very humbling experience, and I look forward to the next 3 years, so thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Tia Conley, and I've been recently appointed to the Health and Human Services Commission for the Municipality of Anchorage, and I want to thank the Mayor and Assembly for that. I'm very honored.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your
Mayor.
volunteer service.
Thank you.
Anybody else appointed to anything? Are there any youth here tonight with school assignments? Come down, identify yourself, and let us know what school you go to, please. And then we'll sign it. Otherwise, we're not going to sign it. They have to come back again. Extortion's a wonderful thing.
I'm Alex Zachary, and I go to Chugiak, and I have U.S. government this semester. So,
Well,
and what?
who's your teacher?
Oh, Miss Sullivan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell Aaron hi.
Okay.
And we need your sheet of paper to sign our names on it, so whenever you get around to that. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Patrick Johnson. I'm also from Chugiak in Miss Sullivan's class.
Good. I'll tell her students were here.
My name is Brent White. I am also from Miss Sullivan's class at Chugiak.
Thank you.
My name is Scott Bringhurst, and I am also in Miss Sullivan's class.
Great.
My name is Brennan Langman, and I am also from Miss Sullivan's class.
My name is Jesse Warden. I'm also from Miss Sullivan's class from Chugiak.
My name is Trenton Wormers, and I'm also from Miss Sullivan's class.
My name is Taylor Joslin, also from Miss Sullivan's class.
My name is Joshua Bellier. I'm also from Mrs. Sullivan's class at Chugiak.
Well, thank all of you for coming forward and talking to us. We appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, just a question, and you guys can raise your hands. How many of you carpooled? 3 out of 10. 4. Yeah. All right. You got some work to do, Mr. Domboski.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. We are now at Agenda Item 11A, AIM 131 Internal Audit Report 2016-05, Harry J. McDonald Memorial Center. Mr. Starr?
I move to postpone assembly action until February 14th.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Ask unanimous consent to postpone to February 14th. Seeing no objection, that item is postponed to February 14th. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We are now at Agenda Item 11B, AO 2016-159, an ordinance proposing a tax revenue diversification measure to amend the Anchorage Municipal Charter, Article 14. The public hearing was closed on this item, so we are now at debate and action.
Need a motion.
Move to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't see anyone in the queue. Mr. Evans?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to talk briefly on this issue. I've worked on it for a considerable amount of time, and so others, including Ms. Foley, the budget analyst for the Assembly. So a lot of hours are spent in it. I do want to see it get its fair hearing. I am a realist, and I realize we need 8 votes to get this approved, to put it on the ballot. So I'm going to need some people to vote 2, maybe 3 times to get to that number. But in order to do that, let me just say a few words about it. First of all, I want to talk and pontificate a little bit about an issue that kind of overlays this whole thing, and for me, it's the issue of trust. And I think when I look at the political landscape in Anchorage and our constant struggling with financial issues and tax issues and things of that nature, it seems like the biggest problem we have is that there is this great lack of trust for elected officials, some of which is deserved, some of which is not. A great number of people have advocated for a long time now that government is the enemy and government should not be trusted. And that attitude has kind of seeped into our society so much so that it's hard to get good things done because people do not trust their elected officials. And that's a big problem, and I think it's maybe the most fundamental problem we face. As part of that, I drafted this sales tax ordinance with that in mind. It is meant to be as absolutely transparent as can be. It is meant to be as straightforward as can be, because a lot of people, I've heard all the comments about people not trusting us to actually lower their property taxes if we get a sales tax, and we'll just raise it up if it gets in eventually. There's a lot of features that were built into this purposefully requiring a supermajority vote of the population in order to raise the rate or to change the distribution. Every dollar under this sales tax proposal was to offset property taxes, so it was essentially revenue neutral, minus the administrative costs for the city. It wasn't a growth in the necessarily the size of government. I believe that was the type of approach that would be necessary and a first step towards hopefully rebuilding the trust in government. That being said, there's a couple features of the tax I would just like to highlight before we vote on it. One, as I said previously, everybody knows who's been in government for any length of time here that probably the number one complaint you get is that my property taxes are too high. In order to have any significant impact on property taxes, you do have to have another revenue source because there are aspects of government that have to be funded. And I believe that if you're serious at all about reducing property taxes, even if you don't necessarily believe that property taxes should be reduced, but if you're just responding to your constituents' demands, I think you need something like this particular sales tax to do that. The other issue is I think I've seen other cities, once a property tax is in place, we have opportunities that we don't currently have now for adding things to it with the approval of the voters that would allow us to create more or less sinking funds for capital projects that also were approved by the voters. We saw that work really well in Oklahoma City. I think it's a model that we could look to. I think it would help us in the long run. Instead of bonding for big capital projects, you create this added 1 cent on the sales tax, if approved by the voters, that allows you to raise that money without borrowing it and thus saving on the interest and thus being more efficient generally. And finally, the last word I'll have on this is that we've talked about the possible threats to Anchorage from a state-sponsored sales tax. We've discussed it at work sessions. We all pretty much know what the risks are. We are somewhat low-hanging fruit as far as money for the state that is desperately looking for money. A sales tax of this magnitude raises about $100 million a year. I know that the likelihood of the state doing that is anybody's guess. I can't say I have tremendous confidence in knowing what the legislature is going to do this year. I know others think it's unlikely that they would do such a thing to Anchorage. But in any event, because I think that threat is at least real, no matter how you rate its likelihood, our obligation as representatives of the people is to at least provide them with a defense mechanism that allows them in April to vote on this. That would at least protect them in some regard against certain state actions with respect to a statewide sales tax. This is not the type of thing that the voters can do themselves necessarily through the initiative process. It's far too complex. It took over a year to put this together, and with the help of a lot of really people much smarter than me. So I think we do have that obligation as elected representatives to at least give the people this opportunity in April to vote for this sales tax. If they don't believe there's a threat from the state or they don't like it, they can say no thanks. But I think at least I would sleep better at night knowing at least I gave them that opportunity. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
Thank you. I've never liked sales taxes. I don't like their regressivity. I don't like their burden on business. I frankly don't like calculating them in places I go where I think I'm paying $42 and find out I'm paying some other number. For all those reasons, I'm hesitant on this. If this were a vote on enacting it, I wouldn't vote for it at this time. It's a vote to bring it forward to the people. And particularly in this fiscal environment, I think the people ought to have that say on such an important issue. We have asked the people 3 times on a version of this. While they have been significant differences, and I think the efforts over the last couple of months have substantially improved what was a brave idea at the beginning, and have made good improvements on it. This community has rejected versions of this that are similar at least 3 times that I'm aware of. The idea that Mr. Evans, the author of the original sales tax proposal, put forward of a capital shrinking fund, that is, coming to the voters and saying, would you like to have a sales tax to build things that are needed in our community, is very attractive to me. And if this is rejected, which I'm either here or by the voters, which I'm worried that it will be, I plan on working on that. Other Alaskan communities, Wasilla being the best example really, no bastion of liberalism, voted themselves a sales tax for something they could see and touch and feel and go to and bring their families to. Capital also has those advantages. The last time that Anchorage approved an increase in taxation, the bed tax, which we'll be discussing later, it was for a capital improvement. And it barely passed then, but it was for a thing that people could see and touch and go to and bring their children to. And so this fiscal environment, the fiscal threats that we face, compels me to at least let the voters view this one more time. But I would prefer and will be working on a version of sales tax proposal that says, do you want to build things with it? And I think that has a better chance, both in this body and before the public. So a vote on letting the people in the situation we're in with the state in its fiscal mess and passing a lot of it down to us, I'll be reluctantly for.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
I'll be supporting this, and I'll tap the yes button twice if I have to, Bill.
No, you can't, Mr. Weddleton.
At any rate, offering that support as a retailer is a tough thing to swallow because it makes all of my products that much more expensive compared to online retailers, which is really the big competitor to all of us now. It's slightly mitigated by what would probably be a decrease on the inventory tax that retailers pay. One point against the sales tax is the notion that it's regressive, but at this point, property tax pays about 60% of our budget, and after this, we don't really know how much it'll bring in, but that would put property tax somewhere in the order of 40%. So the sales tax, if it's regressive, doesn't support government. It supports about 20% of it. So it seems like a fair split to me. We also have, as Mr. Evans had said, this opens a door into mechanisms for dedicated sales tax for certain uses. And we have a ordinance in front of us this evening for taxing a bed tax that has a dedicated percent to public safety. We have another sales tax that's sort of in the works that would do something similar. And my sense on this is it's better. I'd rather break it out, see if we get this by, and having done that, then do a proposal for a dedicated sales tax instead of combining it all in once. So I'd like to see if this goes. It'd be a good, worthwhile change for Anchorage and be not too far from the campaign trail. I heard so often, we need to cut property taxes, and people supported a sales tax to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hate to be the buzzkill here. I appreciate the interest in diversifying Anchorage's revenue stream. And much as I don't like sales taxes, it's probably the only practical way to do that for Anchorage. My hesitation is twofold. One is this is an extraordinarily complicated conversation to have with the citizenry of Anchorage, particularly because of the 3/4 mandate, the history of which I think I'm the only one who actually understands. But further, I think trying to put this on the ballot at this late a date without a broader community discussion dooms it to failure and perhaps condemns the ideas that Mr. Croft advanced of a sales tax that's more focused on specific projects. And furthermore, I've been talking about this with some of my community councils as I've wandered the district, and I represent some of the less affluent parts of Anchorage. And after one of the meetings, one of the members of the council approached me and said, I'm a single mom. My heart just sank when I heard this was even under contemplation. And it's tough for me to turn my back on that constituency. I recognize property taxes are not universally applied, not necessarily uniformly applied, but sales taxes, because of their inherently regressive nature, and I'd want to give Mr. Evans some kudos for his efforts to ameliorate that. I just can't do it. I just can't take this step. So, unlike Mr. Croft and Mr. Weddleton, I'm afraid I can't support this particular proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll clearly say I don't reluctantly not support this. I just don't support it. But it doesn't mean I won't put it on the ballot. And let me go through the points here. I think, when I saw this, initially, I'm one, and Mr. Evans knows what color tinfoil hat I wear some days. I don't trust the fact that politicians won't find a way to squirrel around and have a high sales tax and a high property tax. I think last poll I saw, there was about 70% of Alaskans who felt the same way. And it's what Mr. Evans started with, and I don't know whether it's fair or whether it's not, but there is an inherent distrust because people see their property taxes going up or whatever it is. So I'm cautious whenever I see any new taxes. It's not that I don't like taxes. I mean, it's a reality of life, though, right? We have to have taxes to pay for certain services or user fees or whatever. So I recognize that, but when I was evaluating whether I felt this was an appropriate measure to put on the ballot, I wasn't thinking whether I'm going to vote for it or not. To me, that's irrelevant whether I support the actual idea. The question is this a reasonable thing to put before municipal taxpayers and voters in April? And I think for a lot of reasons, Mr. Evans has made a positive case that it is. And when I look at the question, first thing I look at is the city charter. Is Mr. Evans' proposal consistent with the city charter? Yes, it is. It is requiring, as the charter does, a 60% threshold to attain in order to pass. So there's no squirrely lawyer language to try to get around the charter. It's very consistent. I appreciate that, even though, like I said, I'm not judge, jury, and executioner. I'm not the one who's going to tell the voters. The voters are going to decide. It's not us here tonight. All we're doing is putting a measure before the voters saying, is it reasonable? But then when I look at the other thing we hear, and we've all heard it going door to door, property taxes. So like Mr. Flynn, my heart breaks for people. I have seniors that live in my district that have moved, frankly, to Willow or out of the state because they can't afford their property taxes. And if you have to make a decision between my medication and my property taxes, they're probably going to get their medication or go without their medication, right? So they're making really tough choices. And I think a lot of us have people that we know who are in that situation. And so just like a sales tax, I look at a property tax and say, okay, what is somebody having to give up because their property tax went up? And when I look at Mr. Evans' proposal, there's a number of exemptions here. I mean, a number of them. And food is exempted, legal services, medical services. He has so many different things in here for a person who is just trying to live. You can afford your groceries, right? You're not going to get nickeled and dimed there. So I appreciate the fact that he's tried. Now, he and I have had, a brief discussion. I'm not a fan of the user fee part of it, and I know there's all these reasons why it really it ended up making it in there. But I have to look at this in the totality and say, is this something that's reasonable? If we're looking at our constituents who maybe are struggling whether they can afford to pay their property taxes, this is one way to offset that directly. And they can kind of consume how much they can control how much they're spending in taxes by their consumption habits. So I can understand that. But the last thing, and the reason I think this body, whether you support the measure or not, I don't think that's the question. I think the question is, are you willing to put it in front of the voters and let the voters make that decision? Because we all know very well what's happening right now in Juneau. And many of us are aware that many legislators are talking about potentially a statewide sales tax. If that's the case, how can we in good conscience not give the voters an opportunity to control where that money goes? Is the money going to stay here in Anchorage, or is the money going to go into the black hole of Juneau? Not that Juneau's a black hole, I mean the legislature, their checkbook, let's put it that way. Juneau's a wonderful place, I'll just say that on the record. No, not taking it back, it is a wonderful place. But my point is, we have a reasonable time, and just like every other ballot initiative, this is no shorter, no less. By code, we have a certain amount of time to start the conversation. We have over 30 community councils. Just like with the Denina Center, if we want to educate voters, we can do it. There's 11 of us. There's a mayor. There's community councils. There's multiple ways to do it. So I'm not looking at this. My vote tonight will not be a vote in support of a sales tax. I hate taxes. I'll say it. You have to really convince me if I'm going to say yes. And as a voter, I'm not there yet. But as an assembly member representing over 50,000 people, I have had a lot of people say they want the option. And so to me, my decision tonight to vote to put this on the ballot is a decision to put the people in charge. And as many have said here tonight, 3 times they've turned it down. But you know what? This is one of the times they're looking at it, and the fiscal situation of the state is dramatically different, maybe than it was back then. And I think Alaskans are smart enough to figure it out. I don't think it's that complicated. I mean, obviously it was complicated to write, but when you look at it and you can articulate what's exempted, what you're actually going to be paying taxes on, I don't think it's that hard to sell. And as the wonderful voters in Wasilla did. They voted themselves a sales tax to pay for their library. They knew there was something tangible there. So I don't think that's a method that is foreign to people. I think that's an easy thing to explain too. And I don't think they have to be mutually exclusive. So I think honestly it'll be easier to sell to voters, if that's what you're trying to do, by showing them, listen, we're not trying to hide anything, we're not trying to skirt anything, we're completely compliant with the charter, and we're just giving you a real honest option. And I think that's what Mr. Evans somehow has been able to do. And, you know, like I said, I'm not saying that I support it, I can't say that today, but I can tell you I absolutely think he's done his homework. I think it's well thought out, I think it's logical, and I think it's reasonable to put on the April ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple things, because I don't want to drag out time. A no vote on this. Specific reasons is there's Elmendorf out here, or Jayburg, call it what you want. We shop out there and pay no tax. There's nothing you can do about that. So everybody that's retired military is going there. And that takes shopping opportunities away from our brick and mortar people here. Forget the internet. That takes a lot of business away. And my constituents, I've talked to them, they said, please don't vote for this. Besides that, this will force us to hire 34 people, according to our own people. So we keep hearing about the talk of reducing the government. You vote for this, you're voting to hire 34 more people to put this into effect. And I don't think the public's going to want that. So I'm a no vote on this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to echo a lot of what Mr. Flynn said And I won't belabor the point too much. I also represent part of the community that is less affluent and for whom the sales tax is perhaps particularly worrisome. But I do want to commend Mr. Evans for getting this conversation started. And I intend to vote against this particular proposal. But I believe that there is a way to craft a proposal in such a way that perhaps we can continue to move this forward at another time. But I intend to vote against this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is tough for me. I'm a believer in diversification. I think it's smart to try and spread the load as well as we can. I don't particularly like sales tax, but it does pick up a segment of the population that maybe is not paying as much in other areas. It gives the city flexibility in terms of providing fairness to people to provide the services. But make no mistake about it, things are changing in the state right now. The state has pulled back from law enforcement along the highways, or along the southern highway anyway, and we're going to have to pick that up or not have the enforcement. We've also got other costs that are huge. Our snow plowing, we've certainly all heard complaints from folks about the adequacy of snow plowing and the fact that Mother Nature is just not cooperating. And so costs are going up. Inflation always drives things up. But to date, only certain segments have been carrying the major part of the load. And I think it's appropriate to have the flexibility to change our ground. Now, whether or not we're trusted by the people who elected us to do what's right for them and the municipality, I can't judge that, but I think we need to take a look at it. It's smart to diversify, and so I will vote to put it on the ballot.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Traney.
Ms. Gray Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Traney. The bottom line is we really need to find other sources of revenue, and I want to thank Mr. Evans for bringing this ordinance forward. It's a really, really good start, but this sales tax ordinance failed 3 times, and so this time we really need to get it right before we bust it out there. We really do. We really need broader, like somebody mentioned, we need broader community discussion. And we were going to have a town hall meeting, and that didn't happen. No fault of yours. I think I'm the one that canceled it. But anyway, we need to spend some more time on this, and I really look forward to seeing what Mr. Croft brings forward. And I can guarantee you, as long as I'm sitting in the seat, Mr. Croft, when you do bring your ordinance forward, we're going to have broader community discussion before we even bring it to this arena. Thank you, Mr. Traney.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Starr, any comments before we vote? There's no one else.
No comments.
Thank you.
No comments.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item fails. Thank you, folks. We needed 8. Can I have a motion to take a dinner recess for 20 minutes in a second, please?
Do you want me to make the motion to change the order of the day to wait till we get back from dinner?
Wait till we get back. So I need a motion to take a recess for 20 minutes in a second.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Is there a second? Second. Thank you. No objection. We're recessed for 20 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are now at Agenda Item 13A, AO 2016-162, authorizing the use of automated traffic safety cameras for limited purposes. Public hearing is now continued. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome, sir. Come to the podium and state your name and spell your last.
My name is Jerry George, George. I'm a professional engineer. I served for over 40 years working on highway design and construction projects, 34 of those years with Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities. I still serve on the Highway Safety Planning Commission. This ordinance is sort of misnamed a little bit about red light running. Really what it does, it takes the shackles off the city to consider how to deal with a very real problem that we have. And that problem is that 2 years ago we had 53 highway fatalities. Last year we had 86 highway fatalities. We nearly doubled the number of fatalities. At the same time we had a spike in murders. I do not envy you the job of allocating resources between people dying of murder and dying on the highway. But a death is still a death, and they're both and all important. We cannot afford to put a policeman on every corner and on every street.
It's right here.
But we can afford to open our minds to different forms of technology and different ways of leveraging one police officer to take the place of 20 police officers. And it isn't just red lights. This opens our minds to being able to discuss other means of making our police department and our traffic department and everybody more efficient. We cannot build our way out of this. We cannot put overpasses at every intersection. We're going to have lighted intersections. We can't afford to build out of it. We have to change the way people think, the way they react. Red light cameras is one of those solutions. It is not the only one. I don't know what all the others are, but unless we pass this ordinance, we're not going to open up people's minds and hearts to discuss other ways to leverage the efficiency of the municipality to deal with the deaths on the highways, at the same time deal with the murders and crimes. We can't afford 10,000 policemen, but we can afford the opportunity to sit down and talk about how to be more efficient. But unless this ordinance passes, we can't even sit down and talk about some of these ideas. So I hope that, you will pass this. I hope the public will pass it. It doesn't authorize red light cameras and only allows us to talk about them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is David Neese, N-E-E-S. There's a couple of premises in this particular ordinance that are based on a couple of inaccurate whereases. The whereas studies conducted by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration concludes that it reduces the amount of traffic accidents as directly conflicts with the studies that have been done in the state of Florida that show the accident rate goes up 28%. I would encourage that you look at that document because it actually encourages more accidents because people go like, uh-oh, they slam on the brakes and people behind them run into them. Not a problem in our winter conditions right now. The second thing is it says this ordinance will not significantly in economic effects unless you're the driver of a car that goes through a red light. And in every jurisdiction that's done this, after a couple of years, they find out it's a cash cow. In Houston, it was $199 million. The people of Houston voted it out when given the opportunity. When it went to Florida, it was voted out, given the opportunity. If it comes back to Anchorage, I think it'll probably be voted back out. Even if it's approved at this election, it's not going to last, just like the last one. Is it a solution to a problem? Maybe. Is it going to reduce accidents? No. Do you have any statistics in here talking about how many T intersection accidents you have in the municipality over the last 10 years? Nope. So it's based on a premise. And the premise has two flaws in it. So, Mr. Trainee, it's a nice idea. It probably isn't going to reduce anything, and it'll probably go away fairly quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrivee, Larriv, as in Victory, EE-2. Once again, we're going to vote this down. It's going to flame out. As a voter, I can tell you this. The reason why is we don't want it. We don't want this invasion of privacy. I don't want a camera filming. You know, I'll stop at the orange light, of course. Yeah, I've seen people run right through it. But a lot of people that run right through it also vote. They're also property owners. The best thing to do is do what I do. Have a camera on your car, filming it. It costs $40. Somebody runs into you, you can really get them in trouble. You know, why don't you just make commercials on TV, educate the public? That's the easy way to do things. Because we're going to vote this down. This is going to be a waste of money putting this on the ballot. The ones that sponsored this, they don't realize that they live in Alaska. On everybody's license plate, especially after the snowstorm we had, guess what? It's covered up. You'd go in the parking lot and look, everybody's license plate's got snow on it. And not to mention, how's it going to be in the fog? And here's another question. What if somebody else is driving your car? They're the ones that ran the red light. You know, there's a lot to think about. Use some common sense. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, this public hearing is closed. What is the wish of the body, Mr. Trainee?
Move to approve, Madam Chair.
Can we have a second, please? Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Trainee.
Our work session was good. I appreciate everybody's comments on it. We've got a couple of amendments. Barbara, have you passed this out to everybody, the amendments?
No, Mr. Trainee, we have not.
Oh, here, Lisa's bringing it over. Thank you, Lisa. The purpose of the first one.
Thank you.
Amendment would make clear that voter approval of the proposed amendment would not immediately authorize the use of traffic safety cameras at signalized intersections. Implementation would require the Assembly to pass an additional ordinance. Because we heard some people say they were worried about the administration just automatically doing it. This would require input from the Assembly. We'd have to have public hearings and pass an implementing ordinance for it. And so what this one does, on page 2, beginning at line 6, adds new language. And it says, but would not require. And then dropping down to page 2, beginning at line 39, before automated traffic safety cameras would be used, the Anchorage Assembly would be required to pass implementing ordinance. So that's the amendment that I've got. I think it's been handed out to you.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Trainee and Madam Chair. I support this amendment. This came up during our work session. I think it's important to recognize that what we're asking to do is not create the entire red light camera sort of system right now. We are basically asking permission to create that system, and this amendment clarifies that. And with this amendment, I would be comfortable supporting the ordinance based on what we heard at the work session from the traffic engineer and from others. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. There's no one else in the queue. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just trying to understand. Dick, did you move the amendment? I'll second it for you.
I move the amendment.
I'll second it for you.
Thank you.
So effectively, because this doesn't automatically, it authorizes it. So effectively, is this kind of like an advisory question?
No, what this is their permission to even explore it, because right now we can't even spend the money on doing this. This would allow us to craft the system and bring it to the Assembly for this body to approve. We want to make sure it's not an administration on their own that does this. I want a full public hearing on this, people to testify on it before we take the step of getting into it.
Okay, I'll have further questions. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. There's no one else in the queue. We're voting on the proposed amendment. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That amendment, thank you. That amendment is approved. We're now at the main motion.
I think...
Ms. Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Trainee, can you, I think you lived through Photo Radar, right?
Yes, but let's get into Photo Radar if you want. Photo Radar was screwed up by Maristrom administration. When it came in originally in here, it was only supposed to be when school was in session. But the way the Maristrom administration put it out there, put it for bid, was 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and it drove the public crazy.
Okay, so this kind of goes onto that notion. So as I'm reading it, I don't interpret, I don't completely buy the argument that the voters of Anchorage only voted on Photo Radar. I think when I read the code, it was clear to me that it says no enforcement of any vehicle violation, whether the vehicle is parked or in motion, may be performed. I think people in 97 anyway made a clear determination that they only wanted a person giving them a ticket. So I don't really buy the argument that it was only regarding Photo Radar. I think people just rejected the notion of getting a ticket from a machine, basically, or in the mail later. But I'm really challenged. This night is challenging me because I'm voting for things that I fundamentally do not support, and I want to be very clear. I don't support red light cameras, but I think the power does lie with the people, and I think there are times that if you have a well thought out, well reasoned proposal in front of you, I think it's rational to ask the voters, right? So, and I don't have problems generally doing that, but my question is, how do you envision this potentially shaping up? And I think your amendment helps in the fact that we're going to have a lot more time to digest this and vet it. But are you going to make sure that there's a clause in there? Is your intent to make sure there's a clause in there to make sure, this is an Alaska company and not an out-of-state company? How exactly the revenues flow? I mean, can you explain to me what you envision?
What I envision is implementation ordinance to bring this forward, yes. I want to see that happen. What was interesting, we look at Chicago, what they did 2 of these cameras to see how it worked there. And they have a whole different system for where it's going to be placed at. We have to have a public hearing by their Public Safety Commission to decide where the red light cameras are going to go. If they're going to move them, they have to do that. So the public knows where it's at. But Chicago tried doing this with 2 intersections, and basically I want the police department to tell us where they want to put these at. Because we're not police officers. Nobody up here is. Although Mr. Evans was at one time.
Yes, he was. Yes, he was.
So.
Okay, so my second thought is, we had a lot of discussion on the last ordinance to go in front of the people, which took over a year to develop, and I thought it was very well thought out and vetted. This one seems to me kind of hobbled together, and I'm not sure yet that we've answered enough of those questions. I don't know how I'm going to vote, to be honest with you. I want to vote no because I don't like the idea personally, but I'm here as a representative, and what's really interesting, and I'll say this, I've been going to my community council meetings and asking people, do you want to vote on a sales tax? Do you want to vote on red light cameras? Do you want to vote on fluoride? And it has shocked me to see what I didn't expect. In one community council in Eagle River Valley, people were adamantly against this red light camera. But then I go to the Birchwood Community Council, and almost every hand went up. So it is, even in Eagle River, this has been a very mixed bag. I have not had consistent results. Now on social media, everybody's telling me, no, do not put it on ballot. So my assumption is if this makes the ballot, it'll probably fail. But I look at the 97 vote, and what I'm trying to wrap my head around, and maybe someone can convince me, but what has dramatically changed in the community from 97 to make us think that something might be different? As Mr. Evans' sales tax went, I think the economic climate of the state is dramatically different. Hence, the reason I think there was a justification for that. But why are we taking another bite at the apple? What community outpouring have we seen to basically put the question in front of people again that rejected it so soundly before?
Mr. Traney.
I will tell you the record number of red light deaths that we've seen. I've gotten calls, emails from people, requests to this. We had that one gentleman that came that lost his spouse for a red light runner. They wiped him out. So I've told my constituents I'll bring this forward. I was at the community council where the vote was unanimous for it. I was at the community council where they didn't want it. There's no anonymity one way or the other. So I intend to let the voters decide. We live with it.
That's fair enough, Mr. Traney. And as I said, I still at this moment I'm dragging it out because I don't know which way I'm going to vote. I know how I'll vote in April. I won't support it, but that doesn't mean I'm not sure yet.
Well, why don't you think about it, Mr. Dombrowski? Thank you. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do know how I'm going to vote. I'm generally in favor of using technology to assist and make law enforcement more effective. I think there's a lot of new and interesting technologies that we can use. I am going to vote no on this, and the main reason is what we're asking here in this is it's a charter change. It's a change to what is essentially the Constitution of Anchorage. And what we're saying is, do you want to change the charter to allow tickets to be issued essentially by someone other than an actual police officer? And I could even be persuaded that that's a good idea, but I think we have an obligation to actually let the people know what it is we're proposing, how this system is going to work. I understand these arguments that, we have to get them to change the charter first to give us the opportunity so then we can explore what the system will look like. I don't think that's true. We certainly put together lots of different bills and ordinances and complex proposals here and then present it to the people in the community so they can vote on it knowingly. There's a lot of unknowns in this. We don't know if it's going to be an out-of-state company that gets 70%. Most of these places that use this, the ones I've seen, the ones I've looked into, are out-of-state companies that get 70% of the ticket revenue, and there are big issues about it becoming just a money grab for these private companies. I also have concerns about what the legal defenses are going to be and the burdens of proof on people whose cars were borrowed by other people and they get these tickets, what they're going to have to show in order to get out from the tickets. I would support this, or at least consider supporting it, if we had all those questions before us, if we went to the voters and said, this is what we intend to do, will you give us the permission to do it? That makes sense to me. Asking for the permission and saying, well, we'll get back to you on how this is going to look, and it doesn't come back to the voters. I understand you're going to have an assembly process, but that's cold comfort if you're a citizen who's just given away that right and now have to rely on the assembly to get it right. I would get all the details first and then ask the public for its approval. So I'm going to vote no tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, I was an opponent of the photo radar system. Wasn't alone at all in that. I remember working with the parking ferries on their signature gathering effort, and later when the parking authority tried to restrict signature gatherers in the parking corridor, the pedestrian corridor from the parking lot over into the shopping centers, me and the parking ferries on another issue, on a subsequent issue, working together to get that back open. So lived a history with this and want the ban to continue on outside profit-making or even local profit-making entities writing vehicle tickets. I guess I had a question for Mr. Falsey or municipal attorney. I served 2 years as a prosecutor. If I'm shown videotape outside a bar or that somebody outside their home took that shows somebody committing a crime, we, the prosecutor's office and the police working together, can swear out a warrant, a summons, can charge a person with the crime, can get that served however is legally true. And I'm still stuck on the idea that we couldn't have whether we could have cameras and then police officers review those films and decide all the things people have brought up here today, whether you could see the face clearly enough, whether you could see the license plate clearly enough. There'd be some cost to that. I think it could be done pretty efficiently. So I'm still struggling with the necessity for this. In your opinion, Mr. Falsey, could such a program put cameras up and have sworn officers review them and charge people with vehicular crimes based on that evidence and independent judgment and no outside profit entity? Could we do that without this charter change?
Through the chair, thank the Assembly member for that question. I'm scrambling to find the provision of the charter which enforced the rule that traffic violations would be enforced only by sworn officers in person. And if you give me just a moment, I'll pull that up. And that is Section 2104C, which by voter initiative now provides any and all vehicle law or code enforcement activity pursuant to this Article 21 shall be performed in person. Any vehicle law or code enforcement powers which may currently exist other than described as above are null and void. We have generally understood that to not affect criminal law provisions, so it is the case that a sworn officer could review videographic evidence, swear out a statement and provide an information or a criminal complaint, but that it does preclude the issuance of citations for moving violations unless the officer is on the scene.
Quick follow-up. So a picture of somebody doing an assault and I can charge it, but a picture of somebody running a red light or speeding and I cannot?
Through the chair, that is my understanding. If we wanted to get too much further into this, I would like to bring in the municipal prosecutor, who I don't have the liberty of relying on tonight, but would be happy to provide additional information to you on that front.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. You've heard me say before, and I'll say again, I think when we seek to amend the charter, it requires a very deliberative and thoughtful effort prior to moving forward. And somewhat similar to my decision on Mr. Evans' proposal, I'm not sure we're there yet on this one. We had a good work session on this on Friday. I raised the issue. Do we, about how we amended this specific section of charter to allow for parking enforcement by a municipal agency. So you didn't have the profiteering that Mr. Evans alluded to. Mr. Trainey, you seemed amenable to that, and right up until we figured out that we weren't sure we could do that. and that's the kind of research that needs to be done before I think we advance this to the ballot. And I say this as somebody who is only driving a different vehicle than I was a year and a half ago because I got hit by a red light runner. I would have had the same vehicle for my entire tenure in the Assembly, yet, except for that knucklehead. Anyway, I appreciate the thought behind it. I don't think the necessary legwork has been done to advance this to the voters, and my concern is if we do it without detailing how we would execute such a program in a manner that voters fully appreciated and understood, we risk not just failing, but also failing, or I guess removing the opportunity to advance this once we have it better defined. And so I'm going to be a no vote tonight, not because I don't support the sentiment, but because I really think this needs to be more thoroughly thought through. And I see Mr. George in the audience tonight. He offered to help us. Let's leverage that offer and come up with something that really makes sense before we put it before the voters. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Ms. Grace Jackson's amendment does exactly that. What it does is requires us to implement it, deal with it here before it's done by this administration. But when we look at Chicago, I've got stats from Chicago from 2005, 2013. The T-bones decreased by 40%. All crash those intersections were down by 30%. Crash resulting in injuries were down by 11%. Pedestrian crashes were down by 8%. So this is an attempt to see what Chicago did and see if we can do it here. Because I get awful tired of getting telephone calls from people and emails who just got hit at a red light. So it's your vote, and I'll send the phone calls to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I travel my district every day, different times a day, but I drive throughout most of the district on the major roads at least, check on projects and see what's going on. And invariably, at least once a week, sometimes more often than that, I'm sitting number one on a red light and somebody comes barreling through. It's rampant out there, and people know we don't have the police force to enforce the traffic issues. I also had one of my constituents come up to me and open up his shirt and say, show me his scar, and say, you gotta do something about red light runners. He was T-boned, as so many people have been. We have got to do something, and in this technological age, I don't think it's surprising that we would like to use technology, at least on such a dangerous thing as red light runners. That's where I'm coming from. I would like to see us do it. I agree that there may be some more work that we could do to make it better. But we are trying to build a police force that got too far down, such that we can do better traffic enforcement. We've got one class that just passed and is in their field training. We've got another class that's coming out that will also be in field training for a short period with that same group, at the same time. And we're trying to build our numbers back up such that we can get back to better traffic enforcement. It just is something we need to do, and here in 2017, we should be able to use technology, at least on this particular issue.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. I would say I'm a fairly motivated driver, and it really bothers me to have to wait at a green light. That kills me. But there's so much red light running in this town. You have to do it or you're going to get hit. So we have to do something, and I'm not opposed to using cameras. And I think we've gotten lots of emails and at our work session, and I know we've talked to a lot of people about this, and even the people very opposed to it, the complaints they had to it, I think what we've discovered is there are ways to set up the system so that it would overcome most of those complaints. So I think a system can be created that would work for people and work for Anchorage. But I agree with Mr. Flynn. I think if we just go forward with this as a charter amendment, then there's more to hate than there is to like, and it will fail, and then they're really in a pickle because it'll be harder to do later. I think it'd make more sense to have work on our system that we might come up with and put that forward with the charter amendment. I think we'd be more likely to pass it if it's needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, Mr. Falsey, one of the issues I recall with Photo Radar were the huge number of people that were contesting their tickets. Can you describe for me, if we were to go forward with this process, if people were to contest tickets, where does that go, and do we have the capacity to deal with it at the present time?
Through the Chair, those ticket contesting actions would most likely go to the District Court of Alaska. I suspect that we would be able to handle them in the usual course. In the last go-round with photo radar, several of them were consolidated. The magistrates actually heard an appeal en banc. It then went to the Criminal Court of Appeals, which settled an issue which largely governed the whole of the program. Because so many of the contested tickets would be contested on the same bases, I suspect you would have a few cases which would settle the legal landscape and that the workload might not be overwhelming.
Was it, I seem to recall that the court system was overwhelmed with the red light, with the photo radar. You sound like it is consolidated and not a big deal. Am I remembering that wrong?
Through the chair, I wasn't here at that time, and you may well be remembering that very correctly. I would like to rely on the municipal prosecutor's institutional history and perhaps confer with Sergeant LeBlanc, who may have more of that as well. I do not believe either of those folks are in the audience here today, but we could provide you with more information.
Okay, last question, and then I think I've made up my mind. Mr. Trainee, or to anyone who might be able to ask this, has there been any discussion with the Alaska court system or the state to ensure that the resources are available if we do implement a program like this?
You're talking about the state of Alaska current financial structure? No. Okay? No one really knows what the court system is going to look like when the governor and the legislature are done with it. Look at SB 91.
A disaster, for the record. Yeah. Okay. So I want to point out a couple things. You know, you got to love Google. But I'm sitting here reading I'm reading 5 different studies from multiple organizations. If I can open my phone. The Ontario Ministry of Transportation. We have the U.S. House, North Carolina Agriculture and Technical State University. There's multiple organizations here. It just took a quick minute to look at some of the different studies that they have, but many of these studies are actually indicating that red light cameras actually increase the number of rear-end accidents at lights. And that makes sense because people don't want to get a ticket, right? So they're slamming on their brakes. The premise, I'm going to push back because I don't know. The premise that somehow red light cameras are going to all of a sudden make us safer, I don't know that you've proven that to me yet, especially when a quick search of looking at these different organizations, Virginia Transportation Research Council, as I said, U.S. House of Congress. I mean, it's not Wikipedia. Let's just put it that way. There's others that are saying that, in fact, red light cameras don't make you safer. It just changes the kind of accident. And I think this is something, I don't say this often, but Mr. Flynn, I think, has swayed me. But I think Mr. Evans, he really piqued my curiosity when he started talking, and I think that you're right. I think when it comes to a charter change, at this point, if we were to have a substantive discussion on what a program would look like, and I could go back to my constituents and tell them, this is what it looks like, this is what you're actually voting for. Right now, it's a pig and a poke. I mean, we're guessing, okay, this is what we're giving you permission to, but honestly, I don't know what it's going to look like in 6 months when the proposal comes in front of us. And I think that's the hard part. I can't, even if I disagree with it, I can't wrap my mind around how I'm supposed to tell people what we just authorized that they're supposed to be voting on, because we don't quite know. And a charter change, I do believe, needs to be very deliberate. And I think that line of reasoning has swayed me. So I appreciate the conversation. I think this is something that's going to have to continue. But I don't think it's quite ready for prime time.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. There is no one else in the queue. We're voting on AO 2016-162 as amended. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item fails. 5-6. Okay. We are now at item 14, new public hearings. Mr. Trainee, do you have a motion you'd like to make?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to change order today. I want to take up first item 14H, 14I, 14J, 14K, 14L, 14M, 14O, MNP, Q, R, S, and T. That'll move us through fast tonight and let the staff go home. If we can go in that order, Madam Chair.
May I have a second? Okay, and just to go over it, I'm going to repeat it. Item 14H, S-I-J-K-L-M-N-P-Q-R-S. Correct, Mr. Trainee?
ST.
S and T.
And T.
Okay. Everybody got that? Okay, I'll start all over again. We're changing the order of the day to take up item 14H, I, J, K, L, M,
N.
L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, and T.
This is the request administration to let the staff go home.
Right. Any objection to change the order of the day to take up those items, Madam Clerk? I thought we had a second. I heard a second.
I did second it. I just was clarifying, it's not Oscar, not O, everything in that list, but
Yes,
omitting
not
Oscar.
in that.
Right. Any objection? Seeing none, we're ready to roll.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, I've got one other
Training.
one. Want to change order today, take up item 14E last.
May I have a second, please?
That is our fluoride issue.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Mr. Weddleton?
I just want, was 14T also on that list?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're now at Mr. Trainee's proposed amendment, proposed motion to change the order of the day to also take up 14E at the end of the agenda. And we have a
Before his
second.
participation.
Right. Okay. We have time, Madam Clerk. Okay. Any objection? Seeing none, that's how we'll roll. Okay. We are now at agenda item 14H. Ordinance 2017-7, authorizing a three-year lease with 2 one-year renewals for office space at Cottage 25 located at 645 West 3rd Avenue. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing, seeing none, public hearing is now closed. Mr. Weddleton? Well, you're out of the queue now. Can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve.
Second? No one's in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14I, AL 2017-7, authorizing a 3-year lease with 2 one-year renewal options for office space at Cottage 25 located at 645 West 3rd Avenue. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you. There's no one in the queue. That's okay. Take your time. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now on agenda item 14J, AL 2017-8, a long-term lease between the municipality of Anchorage as leaser and Hinterland Home Leads LLC, DBA, Alaska Air Transit. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now on agenda item 14K, AO 2017-9, to add asset retirement obligation investment fund for the Beluga gas field. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked the question about whether we required RCA approval for this, and I got kind of an answer. It wasn't clear to me, is this authorized under current RCA practice, or do we need to revisit this with the Commission prior to executing?
The Madam Chairman, Assemblyman Flynn, we told the RCA when we asked for the approval they gave us to acquire the asset that we would be setting funds aside to pay for any DR&R obligations that were there. And they approved the order with that included in it. So we will not, so the RCA has approved a mechanism like this, not exactly this this type of fund segregation and the rest, but it will not require additional RCA approval.
Okay. You're leaving me nervous, Mr. Abbott, but I'll let it move forward.
Well, thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Weddleton.
I'll support this, but I have things that make me nervous when we've set these things up is that there's no real guidance on what kind of investments and concentration ratios and things like that the boards can do. If you look at page 824, it just says ARO boards shall develop and adopt written investment policies on such areas as they deem prudent to accomplish the purpose of the fund, which is good. But they are somewhat constrained, and I talked to the CFO yesterday, and I think we do have policies and procedures that cover some of that, and I'd like to see those maybe included in some way when we do this kind of thing in the future. Just a little more parameters on what they can invest in and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now on agenda item.
Mr. Flynn? Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Following up on Mr. Weddleton's comment, I think it would be useful for us to formally request an AIM that delineates how these funds will be invested. We don't need it tonight, obviously. We just approved it, but to bring back before this body in the next couple of months.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. I think the administration has heard your request. Thank you. We are now at agenda item 14L, AR 2017-26, a special land use permit for alcohol for beverage dispensary tourism use and license number 5507 for Mountain 4 LLC, DBA Hyatt House, Anchorage. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? May I have a first and a second motion to approve? Thank you. Mr. Weddleton was the first. Mr. Peterson was the second. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Mr. Steele?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14M, AO 2017-27, approving a special land use permit for alcohol for an amended beverage dispensary use and license number 4230, the Diamond Center Hotel, Inc., DBA, the Diamond Center Hotel. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move approval.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14N, L 2017-10, to add outdoor storage and vehicle storage associated with the community use as allowed principal uses in Anchorage and Eagle River. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
We looked at this through the Community and Economic Development Committee and recommend approval.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14P, AR 2017-11, a resolution appropriating $573,459 of wetlands mitigation credits revenue for the 100th Avenue Extension Project Conservation Easement. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, I want to just say thank you to the department for bringing this forward. Somewhat bizarrely, Ms. Domboski and I actually coordinated to try and resolve this issue, at least in the short term, and this appears to be the longer-term fix, so thank you for that effort.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14Q, AR 2017-12, a resolution for program administration, planning, grant management, and community development services. Anyone wish to be heard? Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Thank you. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now on agenda item 14R, R, AR 2017-13, appropriating and adopting 2016 Substantial Amendment Number 2 to the Housing and Community Development 2016 HUD Action Plan. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second, please? Mr. Steele, just second. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, do we have someone here who can speak to this? This is a pretty dramatic, actually, change to the CBD grants. Anybody? Anybody? I'll be honest with you, Melinda, I think this might be the largest change I've seen to a CDBG grant program in a long time, if ever. What happened here?
Through the chair, we had opportunities for different public facilities and nonprofits to have several projects that they applied for. In that process, we had several that, after approval, were unable to move forward with their projects. And so this allows us, through your approval, to change the action plan and accommodate other projects that will assist our community.
To what degree were other agencies who had an interest in these funds engaged in the reallocation?
Through the chair, the process for reallocating funding, we have a whole grant ranking process that is, of course, approved. And the funds that we're asking for your approval to reallocate, we did not go back to the original applicants. We went back to the agencies that had approved grants to determine if their projects needed further funding in order to move forward. So we didn't consult, to my knowledge, the previous applicants.
Madam Chair, I have no further questions. I'll have a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There is no one else in the queue. Would you like to make your comments, Mr. Flynn, before we vote?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
This is a pretty important program.
I think you can have a seat.
Yeah,
Thank
sorry,
you.
Melinda, didn't mean to keep you. This is a pretty important program, and it allocates pretty significant resources in positive ways. And when we're going to execute a change of this magnitude, I think it behooves us to be a little bit more thoughtful than just going back to the list we already had. So I guess timing is important with these things, and the faster you move forward, the more efficacy you get. But I think we may want to revisit how much we allow to move forward in the amendment process without a more deliberate approach to the allocation. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
Who's missing? Thank you. Thank you. That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14S, AR 2017-14, a resolution for the Anchorage Domestic Violence and Sexual Assault Intervention Program. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Are you coming to testify, ma'am? Yes. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name, spell your last.
My name is Regina Monteufel. I'm with the Back to Work Network.
Can you spell your last name, please, dear?
Manteufel. And I am stating that you should fully fund the program. because there are a lot of people that need counseling and housing, and the program has done a very good job. And I've worked with the program for going on 29 years, and I just like to see things get fully funded on that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Approve.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14T, AR 2017-15, appropriating $1 million of Ben Boki revenues for capital improvements at the Dempsey Anderson Ice Arena. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Croft.
Yeah, I had a conflict on a related item on the contract, and I guess because my wife's architecture firm negotiated some of this, I guess I'd ask Mr. Abbott whether this is related to that prior appropriation.
I don't believe it is. No, it is not.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure I didn't have a conflict. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
Move an amendment. I guess that's what I do. On line 29, change cash pools short-term interest to unrealized gains and losses. And that just corrects a typo.
Is there a second? Did we have a second to Mr.? Thank you. Mr. Could you please repeat that?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's in section 4 on page 29, and it's to change delete the phrase cash pools short-term interest and replace it with unrealized gains and losses. And you'll see that matches what is on the next page that actually shows the numbers and the breakouts.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Trainee.
Ma'am, could he give that to us in text form, because it's easier for the clerk's office? We've got it text of it rather than just verbal.
Sure. I'm sure Mr. Weddleton will be happy to do that.
You want to see what I'm looking at here? Is that can I just hand it down? Or?
That would be good.
Sure.
That'd be good.
Thank you.
I want to make sure the clerk has it, sir.
Yeah, you can just give it to the clerk. Does everybody understand the proposed amendment?
Thank you, John.
Okay. There's no one in the queue. We are voting on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment. We have a first and a second. Please, Mr. Dunbar.
I'm sorry, it's not that I don't trust you, John, but could someone from the administration please speak to that and make sure that we're actually not making an error here?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Madam Chairman, Assemblyman Dunbar, Mr. Weddleton caught a mistake that had been made in the document, and we both agree with his amendment and appreciate his review.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We are voting on the proposed amendment. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you. That amendment is approved. We are now at the main motion, AR 2017-15, as amended. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item is approved. Without Mr. Flynn, now with Mr. Flynn. Okay. All right. We are back at agenda item 14A, AL 2017-1, an ordinance formally dedicating approximately 10 acres of municipal land located in the southeast corner of the northwest one quarter of Section 25, Township 15 North, Range 2, West Seward Meridian as municipal parkland. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Welcome, ma'am. Please state your name and spell your last.
Sorry, if you're a little slow. So my name is Jill Flanders Crosby, and do you need me to spell that?
Please.
Flanders space Crosby, Crosby. And and I'm the former co-chair of the Birchwood Community Council. I am here with our current chair of the Birchwood Community Council, and I will be speaking on behalf of the Birchwood Council since I have been involved in this process since the 1980s. The Birchwood Community Council strongly supports this addition of these 8 acres. The northwest quarter of Section 25 has been in discussion in our community. I can recall back to the 1980s when the 145 acres was dedicated to the Beach Lake Park and these 8 to 10 acres were left out. It was a disappointment and a surprise to the Birchwood Council, but we waited, we stuck with it, we worked with our assembly people and with our municipal leaders to eventually get these 8 acres back into the park. During the 2010 Beach Lake Park update, these 8 acres were in consideration then and seen as the jewel of Beach Lake Park. We need to remember that Beach Lake Park has a lot of wetlands. These 8 acres are up higher, they are heavily forested, they give beautiful views, and it has been the desire of the community for years for this to be in the park. And I know that there are people from outside our council that go park there and go walking back in there all the time. So we fully support this, and we thank Assemblyman Bill Starr. We thank everyone else involved, the mayor, etc., for talking to us and getting this made into a reality. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Hello again.
Hi, my name is Regina Monteufel, Manteufel, and I am in favor of this. I think it is good for the community, and I think that a lot of people in Anchorage do spend time there, and I've spent time, and it's nice, and it needs to be done. And Mr. Starr, thank you very much for putting that up. I think that we need more assembly members that speak up for green spaces and areas for families to enjoy. I think a lot of times we take for granted that we have good land available, and we need to make sure everybody has access to it. I've been involved with Parks and Rec for over 29 years, and it's challenging at times. But we've got to make sure that we have big green spaces for everyone. So next we just need to get it on the bus route, for Saturdays. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Croft.
Well, very briefly, I had a whole speech written teasing Assemblyman Starr about being a lock-it-up, greeny kind of guy. But I have since been convinced both on the merits of this and that it, basically that the merits were so overwhelming, we shouldn't waste the time. So I am in favor of it, and thank Mr. Starr for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Bosky.
Madam Chair, I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Starr.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Starr.
Oh, I can talk all night on this one. It's been on my agenda.
Cut his line.
It's been over 10 years old. And it's one of those good feel items for certain that you guys can all partake in, and it sort of ends the chapter of all the hard work. You've heard it a little bit from our community members as well as previous mayors. Mayor Begich actually appropriated the land over to our authority, pulled it out of HLB. And I guess, now we can move on. The school district has purchased another site, and I think this one just kind of closes off the parkland master plan, and we can start to move on with some of the longer-term developments. Much like, as I put in the AM, it's our Kincaid, and so I encourage all of you folks to come out and use it and see it and just feel what community interest and efforts can pull off. So, to Ms. Flanders, Ms. Osiander, some of the others, Robin Ward's in the audience, I believe. So pat yourselves on the back. Thank you very much for voting this in.
Thank you, Mr. Starr. Just briefly, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. And there's no one else in the queue, so please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14B, AO 2017-2, submitting to the qualified voters residing within Anchorage Park and Recreation Service Area and areas proposed to be added to Anchorage Park and Recreation Service Area at the regular municipal election on April 4th, 2017. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening.
David Neese, last name spelled N-E-E-S. I'm here to speak against this ordinance, and it's got a couple things that are really good about it and a couple things that are really bad. The good thing is it's working towards getting the access to the parks there. The bad thing is that if you live in Eagle River and you're in the Eagle River Park area, the money that's raised in the Eagle River Park area can't go into the Anchorage parks, and the stuff that's in Anchorage can't go to Eagle River, and this makes it all one area. In other words, the funds in Anchorage can transfer across, unless I'm reading it wrong, it creates one. If the other thing is you have Basher Heights, which used to be the city of Basher, which is on Stuckagon. It's outside of that area, and if you look at the report that generated this, you'll see Mr. Weddleton on there, and you'll see pretty much everybody from Hillside and that area on there. There is nobody from Stuckagon. There is nobody from Eagle River. There is one person from downtown. I didn't figure that one out, but I guess they're a skier. And so you also have tax unit 15, which is you go around the corner from McHugh Creek, go by Indian and stuff. That's now being drawn in as a place that you're going to get revenue from. And that may be just, this is revenue for parks. And I like parks. I like trail uses. But since nobody in those areas was on the committee that did this report, I think that's probably a flaw in it, and I'm concerned about the money being able to be transferred from Eagle River to Anchorage, Anchorage to Eagle River, and apparently Indians involuntarily being drug into this. So just a thought on a couple of ideas that you might want to consider before you vote for it.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I guess I have comments to make. I suppose I should wait till the public
Yes, you should until the public hearing is closed. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hello again.
Hello. All of you know who I am. Constitutional law says no taxation with
Please state your name.
My name is Regina Monteufel, for the record. Everyone here knows me, except for maybe some people in the audience. But there's a law that's no taxation without representation. Certain amounts of money that are collected from certain districts in the area should be spent in those districts in order to get things upgraded to a certain quality of life. And, I could understand this man that just spoke, because when a certain area is putting in more money than another area. But on the other hand, I see parks that aren't upgraded, that aren't being seeded, and it needs to be fair and it needs to be done correctly. And I think it's time that we start looking at taking the amount of money that we tax people for, that are supposed to go for parks, to go for parks. And you're planning on expanding this. Well, while you're planning on expanding this, you need to disclose more for people on ideas that you would like to see for that area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hi, my name is Katie Nolan, N-O-L-A-N. And many years ago, I was on the original committee that started working on the Hillside District Plan. That was before anybody else became involved in it. It was a committee that was formed by HALO, had representatives from all the various community councils that were associated with the Hillside. And this is one of the things that we strongly recommended in the Hillside District Plan. And I want to emphasize that this is just allowing the people to vote on it. This takes a dual majority vote. That means Everybody outside the area has to vote on it, and everybody inside the area has to vote on it. And both of those have to win. So this is just giving the people the opportunity to vote on something that was strongly recommended in the Hillside District Plan. That's it.
Thank you. Good to see you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you. Just a couple things while it's fresh in everyone's mind. This proposal does not make any changes whatsoever to Chugach Eagle River Parks and Rec Service area. It stays just as it is. It does not include Turnagain Arm at all. It does not include Girdwitz. It only deals with what we think of as the Anchorage Bowl. This is an idea that's at least 10 years old. When we started working on the Hillside District Plan, the conflicts between people seeing traditional trails versus those who see them as trespass trails were becoming fairly pronounced up in the southeast part of the hillside. And there was really no easy solution for solving that because that area is outside of the Parks and Rec service areas. So the organization, our Parks and Recs department, that can solve those things by building good parking, good trails, sited in good locations, they just simply can't spend any money. They can't work in those areas. So this rose to the top in the Hillside District Plan as one of the things that should be done. So we're simply moving that forward. It does take a dual majority vote. So both the people who are currently in will have to vote yes, and the people who would be added would have to be vote yes. People currently in the Parks and Rec service area will not see any change in their taxes at all. The people who are outside of it, and that I estimate is about 375 people, it's not a lot of people, would begin paying the same mill rate that the rest of the city does for parks. But it opens up lots of avenues for solving problems that we're seeing more and more in southeast part of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Flynn.
Oh, no, I forgot to request this speech.
Well, Madam Chair, you know me, I love history. And the dual majority requirement associated with this has an interesting history in Anchorage and Alaska, dating back to my friend Mr. Traney's tenure in the Meister administration and the extension of the police service area to South Anchorage. And it is, I guess, somewhat ironic that the people of South Anchorage who would like to access the abilities of our Parks and Recreation Department are now dependent upon the greater Anchorage area voters when they resisted the extension of the police service area and their state representatives changed the state law to require the dual approval. I think Mr. Weddleton's, well, I know Mr. Weddleton's tenure on this body will extend beyond mine, but it might be worthwhile for you to visit with my former colleague, Mrs. Johnston, and ask if that's still a good policy, particularly as we look at the possibility of consolidating road service areas, which dot the hillside like, I don't know, what? Yeah, wasps. It could be done better, and your constituency is really at the mercy now of those of us down the bowl because of the policies advanced by your past representatives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief housekeeping item. The whereas clauses on the front page of the ordinance mention that this would affect about 997 parcels. I was informed by our GIS crew that that number should be taken as approximate. There is not a perfect marrying in parcel data between our CAMA system, which we use for tax assessment, and our GIS layers. But that data artifact, to the extent that it exists, doesn't materially change the ordinance or the rest of the presentation in the whereas clauses.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Falsey. Mr. Traney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is one of the holdovers from when we unified the old borough. The areas came in or they didn't come in. And this is one area that never came into our police service, to our public Parks and Rec area. But they could use it, they just don't have to pay taxes for it. But on the converse side is we don't put anything up there that because they're not taxed for it. So this is one of the holdovers from the old unification, happened in '75. So it's good to have Mr. Wilton bring this forward, because none of us Flatlanders could have brought this forward without the Hillside wondering what we're doing to them, as we saw with police protection. So I appreciate you bringing it forward, Mr. Wilton. I'm happy to vote for this. It's something I wanted to see happen for a long time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Mbosky.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate and very clearly for those in Chugach Eagle River that are listening, this is a ballot initiative to essentially let Hillside residents in a certain area come into their Anchorage Park Service area. So effectively, they have to vote themselves in, and the rest of Anchorage has to vote to allow them to tax themselves. So if that makes sense, this in no way will take Chugach Eagle River Parks and Rec Service Area tax money and transmit it to the Anchorage Parks and Service Area tax area. If that makes sense. So everything's still staying separate. We're still going to maintain local control of our tax revenue generated for Parks and Rec and Chugach Eagle River. This is simply just allowing those who may benefit from the Anchorage Parks and Rec area to actually pay taxes now from those from that. So I just want to make sure it's abundantly clear that Chugach Eagle River money and Anchorage money is not flowing back and forth.
Thank you, Mr. Mbosky. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak briefly to the point raised about Basher, the old Basher community, which is part of my district and Mr. Peterson's district. Actually, Mr. Weddleton did reach out to Stuckagon Heights, and I was on some of those emails as well to those community council, and they are informed, and we'll continue to discuss it with them as it goes towards the ballot if it passes tonight. So that was raised by one of the speakers, that they hadn't been brought in, but indeed they have been informed about it, and some of them will probably support it and some of them won't. The last thing I just want to say is I went to a BLM Trails meeting, and Mr. Welton happened to be there and happened to present on this issue. And I think we should recognize the tremendous amount of work he has done. It's the reason we have so many resolutions in support of this from community councils. The presentation I saw was very clear and very well received. And I guess just if I could wax just for 1 second, I still have a sort of idealistic conception of public policy. And I want to recognize Mr. Weddleton for working on this for a decade or more, going back to his time on community councils and HALO and that kind of thing. And so here we are tonight, and it looks small and it looks technocratic, and it'll probably seem a little bit anticlimactic. But I just really want to recognize the work he has done and people in that community have done to make this a reality over a very long period of time. So with that, I'm enthusiastically in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar.
Ms. Gray Jackson, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say, Mr. Train and I, we have 9 community councils, and for years he brings this issue up, and I'm really glad I don't have to hear it anymore. So, Mr. Weddleton, thank you very much for bringing this forward. Mr. Weddleton?
I don't know if this is the last word, but I do want to tell anyone who wants to learn more about this, because I think clearly from the speakers there was confusion. I am making the rounds of community councils and pretty much any group that is calling me to explain it more carefully, and I can go over it clearly in about 10-15 minutes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14C, AO 2017-3, calling a special election by mail for the purpose of submitting a ballot proposition to the qualified voters residing in affected areas for creation of a street light service area. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to approve.
May I have a second, please? Thank you. Second. Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item is approved. We are now at agenda item 14F, AO 2017-4, amending the structure, qualifications, duties, and pay of the Election Commission. Mr. Flynn?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I thought we were 14D. Did I miss something? Was that?
Mr. Flynn, I made myself a note here, and you're exactly right, 14D, but I overlooked it, so we need to go back. Thank you, Mr. Flynn. We're at agenda item 14D, AO 2017-12, a ballot proposition to amend the Anchorage Municipal Charter to adopt a percent bed tax dedicated to area-wide public safety and the promotion of tourism. Mr. Flynn.
Yeah, Madam Chair, you and I talked offline earlier today, and I just wanted to let folks know it's my intent after the public hearing to make a motion to postpone this item indefinitely. And, of course, we're not allowed to consult each other outside of these deliberations, but I think that motion will carry. I offer that as a point of information only to the extent people who wish to testify may wish to keep their comments short.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Hello, sir. Please state your name and spell your last.
Luke Peroni, P as in Paul, E-R-O-N-I. I'm the chairman of the Alaska Hotel Lodging Association and also a Girdwood resident. The Alaska Hotel Lodging Association represents over 100 properties in state, well over 10,000 rooms, with the majority of those being in Anchorage. Our membership has reached out to us and are very much against this targeted tax. We're already paying a 12% tax, which 4 points of that goes to the Denina Center, 4 points goes to tourism marketing for Anchorage, and then the other 4 points goes to government services. We feel this additional tax would just push us up to, well over 14%, and that puts us at a pretty high tax when you compare it to other cities throughout the lower 48. So overall, we are coming out against this and would encourage you not to put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Hello, my name is Eric Fullerton, Fullerton, and I'm a resident of Girdwood and a representative of Alyeska Resort and the Hotel Alyeska. We are in the municipality of Anchorage and pay the 12% bed tax, as some of you may or may not be aware. I want to echo Mr. Peroni's comments on the status that we are vehemently opposed to an additional bed tax, and also to point out that the charter allows for an immunity for sales tax, and we are under the impression that in terms of the charter that it requires a 60% voter approval for a sales tax. We think it's somewhat of a thinly veiled sales tax just for one industry, namely the hospitality industry, and we don't think it should be singled out as such. And additionally, I wanted to also point out that the average tax rate of other boroughs and communities in Alaska is 6.7%, and we're already almost double that as it stands now. Having additional taxes in addition to what state associations are proposing will significantly hinder our ability to continue to be competitive and also develop job growth and continue to grow as a amenity for both Anchorage residents and incoming tourists. So once again, I just want to point out that we suggest that you guys consider looking at the charter and also opposing this as stated.
Thank you. Mr. Croft, you have a question for this young man?
1 second, sir. I just wanted to ask whether you and your entity are supporting the proposed statewide tourism, TID or tourism development, incentive development.
Yeah, the tourism development initiative that's being put out by the ATMB and the ATIA. Currently, there's not enough information to really understand what is going to be proposed with that, like the amount or what. It's still in the works. But as it stands now, in an additional tax or assessment to what we would have to pay, we're against it as it stands now. But there's still a lot of work that needs to happen for that to understand where that's going to go. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name's Ed Larrabee. For once, I'm going to support this because, surprisingly enough, the reason why is because that would take pressure maybe off of the property owners like myself. Too bad you can't match it dollar for dollar like you did the other proposals. But yeah, this, I mean, where are the tourists going to go? They're going to have a bid, and they're not going to say, oh, well, this is too much. I think I'm going to just pop a tent up, No, they're not going to do that. They're here on vacation. They're going to pay it. And so hey, sock it to them, rare enoughs. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dombrowski, do you have a question for this gentleman?
I do. Mr. Larrabee, I have a question.
Yes.
If you were to find out this is actually outside of the tax cap and it will not relieve property taxes at all, would you still support it?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone? No, thank you, sir. Anyone at all? Hearing? Oh, okay. Hi. Again.
Hello, my name is Regina Montweifel. I agree with Mr. Flynn. I concur with the other gentleman that if it was put on the ballot, you have to have 60%. When I do my bookings with Airbnb, they automatically, take that out. But there's a lot of people in this city that cannot afford that kind of bed tax, that are working for minimum wage, and that are in low-cost housing, where there are low-cost rents at $225 per week. And when they're making minimum wage, and they're in Ingra House and Sockeye Inn and these other places, that's a whole nother story. So, you need to vote your conscience. It's not just the tourists, and there are people that are out and they're cold and it's winter time, and they only got so much on their check. And Walmart people are getting stuck on permanent part-time, and this is too much money for them. So I object to this, and I don't want it on the ballot. It would be different if you had a lower-end housing people that were paying for lower, cheaper housing that weren't going to be taxed at a higher rate, but no, because you have to tax everybody at that rate. So you say you don't want people homeless, well, you put this here, you're going to have to make them pay more money, and they're going to end up homeless. Thank you.
Thank you.
And my name is Regina Montweifel, and I own Regina's Hotel in Fairview.
That's great.
And I would appreciate it if you'd get out and plow the streets in front of my business like you do everyone else's, because you get my taxes.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none? Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Madam Chair, I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Thank you. There is no one in the queue. Motion to postpone indefinitely.
Oh, I can talk about that.
Okay, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you.
You're
I figured
welcome.
you were going to. I did make sure I didn't miss this one. We've got a budget shortfall coming up. I've looked at about 10 to 15 million. Mr. Mayor, what do you think it's going to be in 2018?
I think you're more optimistic than I am, Mr. Trainee.
What do you think, 20 million?
That would be more in line with what we're seeing.
What happens to all of our new police officers up to 412 if, in fact, we don't have the money to pay them?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Trainee, this is one of the challenges that we have, is that we can continue to grow the department. We've got ongoing responsibilities, particularly with SAP, that are going to place additional burdens on the municipal budget, and we need to find additional revenues if we want to continue to grow the city. I've heard complaints today about snow removal. These were concerns that we had when we put the budget together for this year. We indicated that we had a choice between fulfilling our responsibilities, growing the department, and also we had to cut back on snow removal. This is a foreseeable consequence of not having adequate revenues to handle our responsibilities.
Anything else, Mr.
Continue,
Trainee?
Madam Chair.
Certainly, Mr. Trainee.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Basically, this is a targeted tax on people from out of town coming into Anchorage. And what it would do is raise very little the tax rate up, but what it will give us is money to go towards public safety, police and fire, and it'll also give us money for tourism industry. We've seen the state cut back on tourism. I think they're down to about 150,000 this last year. Who knows where they're going to go this year because they've got no money. So this money would be dedicated. Unlike the state, we can dedicate funds. So we can absolutely put into this document, this percentage will go to public safety. This percentage will go to the tourist industry. I'd like to say we can actually do those sort of things. So I'm going to vote against postponing this thing because I'll be here in 2018. We're putting this budget together. Some of you won't be. And the problem is we're going to have everybody demanding the service. And how do we tell them we're going to have to lay all these officers off we've hired because we don't have the money for it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dombowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, there's a pesky thing called facts. And I went back, and not only did I listen to the presentation on this on Friday, and I think Visit Anchorage and others gave a realistic view of what's happening in their industry right now. But I also went back to one of our budget and finance meetings from not too long ago, in which the city treasurer, he made some interesting comments. He talked about room tax revenue being short, what they predicted. He said in the second quarter they knew there was downward pressure. That's what they call it, downward pressure. And they said the tourism tax was negative. And then he said there's a lingering effect going on into the future. In part, he talked about more competition. But this is all code words for basically saying that the tourism industry is declining. I heard one restaurant or one hotel or B&B owner speaking about her profits year over year, and her gross profits are $10,000 less than last year. And considering it's a small operation, it's pretty substantial. But this is one of those philosophical moments when you see an industry that is actually suffering from the economic effects of reality, of what's going on right now. And typically when you introduce taxes, a lot of times they'll tax a behavior they don't like, right? So we have a cigarette tax. You want fewer people to smoke cigarettes, you keep raising the tax. We're going from a 12% tax to a 14% tax in a tourism industry that's already lagging, that's already depressed from last year. And what do we really think that's going to do? So as we look at that, and you look at the valley, and you look at around, and I think one of the speakers at the work session said it very well. You know, the destination is Alaska. It's not necessarily Anchorage. The destination is Alaska. So it's already expensive to be here. And I keep hearing the comparisons, well, you know, our tax compared to other taxes across the country. Well, I can tell you, if I live in Arizona and I decide if I want to go to Palm Springs, it's going to be a lot cheaper to get there, right? Or if I want to go to Nashville and go to Tennessee and then go to Florida, go to Disney World, it's a lot cheaper to get there. Why? I mean, airfare coming to Alaska is expensive. We live far away. So I think when we're doing comparisons, I don't really think you can say, well, Anchorage has a 12% bed tax, but this other community has a 14%, and we're in the lowest third. The fact of the matter is it costs a lot more. Go to the grocery store. Any of us who have had relatives from the lower 48, bring them to the grocery store, and they all remark how expensive groceries are, right? So what do we know? We know people that travel here, they spend a lot of money to come here. We know food is more expensive than they're used to. And now we know we're already essentially incentivizing the further depression of a market that's telling us these are our hard fact numbers. Now the other thing, you know, when I was listening to the discussion and I was hearing the comments, I keep hearing this fear-mongering. We're going to cut public safety. In 2018, we're going to cut public safety. The fact of the matter is, it's really convenient to forget the fact that we gave out, let's say over $7 million in raises last year. I don't know anybody in the private sector who got $20,000, $30,000 raises. But between 30 public employees, they shared $840,000 annually just last year. So if we're going to talk about cutting public safety, let's talk about some of the raises that we've been handing out, knowing the check is going to come due. The fact of the matter is you have a choice. You have a choice to give moderate raises, or maybe in an economic decline give no raises and retain your force, or you can give away the cow, and then guess what? It's going to come due, and you're going to have to cut people. It's financial management. And so, the fear-mongering doesn't work for me. The fact of the matter is, I will have that I told you so moment. And I hate to say it because public safety is our number one priority. And that goes for plowing the roads, and that goes for firemen and police officers. But you know what? no matter how great of a job these supervisors did, I cannot look at any of my constituents and say, guess what, that person deserved a $30,000 raise last year. It's ridiculous. So I'm not going to be voting to burden an already stressed industry. I think it's going to be counterproductive, frankly. I don't believe in, yet again, using an option to get around the city charter to diminish the required vote to increase the tax from 60% of the voters to 50%. Technically, legally speaking, can you draft an ordinance that way to get around the charter? Yes. Does it make it right? No. So when we start seeing these creative legal moves in order to diminish the requirement of the charter or the voters, I just don't support it. And I don't care what the topic is, but this one I think fundamentally from an economic standpoint is flawed, and I won't be supporting it. But I will be supporting the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Mr. Dombrowski. Mr. Flynn.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I probably won't be quite as philosophical as Ms. Dombrowski. You might recall 2 weeks ago I asked that the body not introduce this ordinance, and my concern was it hadn't been vetted. And the testimony at our work session and tonight, I think, bore that out. There's discussion of a statewide TID in order to address one of the concerns Mr. Trainey raised, which is lack of state funding for tourism marketing. And some of you may recall, I've worked in this industry. I have a lot of friends still in it, and they said, you do this, and that's dead. It's just over. And so we sacrifice the greater good for something. The other issue, we often try to work on a basis of cost causer, cost payer on this body. And I think each of us in our various districts have concerns with crime. I can assure you that at least in the neighborhoods I represent, there are not any roving bands of tourists committing criminal acts against my constituencies, and I think the rest of you probably have the same scenario, although I will not presume to speak for you. So for those reasons, and the fact that, again, when we're going to amend the charter, I really think it's important to have a thoughtful, deliberative process prior to bringing these things forward. Throwing them against the wall in the last month before the due date to get things on the ballot is a poor public process, and it leads to mistakes that we pay for later. So that's the nature of the reason for my motion, and I appreciate Mr. Trainey's concern for public safety. I respect it and I share it, but I just don't think there's the right way to address it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roving bands of tourists. That's true, but I do remember earlier this last year cries from around the community, but certainly downtown, with regards to crime in general, and how it was getting to a level where we had to do something. And the police department has been on a very robust recruitment effort and training effort to build up the losses that we've suffered in the police department to allow for greater enforcement. And earlier they did finally get to a level where they thought they could bring walking enforcement, walking officers downtown again. Let's be realistic here. We're talking $2 on a $100 room. And I can tell you, anybody coming to Alaska is not going to decide not to come, a double negative, because of $2. It's just not realistic to think they're going to cancel their reservations and draw down the tourist trade. I think this is a realistic effort to try and get the funding we need to target some greater public safety efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Evans?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got a few points on this. The first one is I'm a little struck by the contrast. We have a collective bargaining agreement that's introduced tonight for action at our next assembly meeting. And in that agreement, we are advocating, or we are proposing, salary increases, increases to the pension, increases to the health care. I look at that and I don't see the same sense of dire financial crisis that seems to motivate us every time we want to go to the taxpayer and ask for more money because we have to have it. I think we have to get our message straight. Either we have a financial crisis and we're doing all the things necessary in a financial crisis, or we just have to stop going with these taxes. The other issue is this public safety, which I think is in this document, it's just smoke and mirrors. It says the money is going for public safety, but the way our budgets work, all the money we get in is fungible. So we can take every dollar that we get in this increased bed tax and put it in public safety. But it doesn't mean we spend any more money on public safety, because it just can allow us to replace that money that we would have otherwise put in public safety and move it somewhere else. What it really does is add whatever millions of dollars to the city's budget to be used as the city deems appropriate. And it'll probably be used for public safety because that is certainly a current need, but it doesn't guarantee that, and you should know that. And the last thing I'll say is, and Mr. Trainey said it, that this is taxing others, and we've had audience members say it. This state has such an addiction to other people's money and free money from whether it's oil companies or whoever. As long as somebody else is paying for it, we seem to be fine with it. And that creates a citizenry that really doesn't have any type of economic muscle for itself. We claim to be pioneers. Pioneers build things themselves. They rely on themselves. If we have problems in the city, we should be taxing the citizens of the city and not looking for just people that we can tag this onto that have really nothing to do with the problem, like Mr. Flynn said. So for all those reasons, I am vehemently against this.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Trainey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The administration, Mr. Abbott, I don't see Suzanne here, but question, do you get a lot of calls from the hotel industry worried about the safety of their customers, or is Suzanne here? Would you come in for a second, Suzanne? I'm sorry to bother you, ma'am. You get a lot of these calls, I understand, from the hotel motel industry worried about the customers that are here.
Through the chair, yes, Mr. Drainey, we do get a lot of calls from hotels, mostly in the downtown core, but also throughout the city, worried about people in their doorways coming into their properties, and then generally downtown public safety concerns, whether it's at the shopping malls or restaurants.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, to continue for just a second.
Certainly.
Your area and my area has become the hotel area of Anchorage. When you take a look at how many hotel rooms we've got in Anchorage, Midtown is just exploding. Every time you turn around, there's a hotel going up. We've got to take care of the needs of those people coming here, and that means we've got to put more money into public safety. And the nice thing, Ms. Dabowski, is you and I are going to be here for 2018 budget. And we're going to have to deal with this issue. Some of the others here will be gone by then. We're going to be here. So we're going to have to deal with this issue because it's not going away. So I'm going to vote against this, Madam Chair.
Well, thanks for sharing, Mr. Trainey. Mr. Croft?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My concern is slightly different than some of those that have been presented here. This is an industry that we have had a history of working cooperatively together with, and I value that tradition. No industry has a veto on its own taxation. We can, in this body or in any legislative body, decide that for the public good, an industry deserves to pay more. But within that, it's a better system if you can work with them to to accomplish goals together. And so we have a system where, as testifiers have said, we have a 12% tax that's divided in three portions, one to build a convention center that helped that industry, a portion, a third, 4%, to advertise that industry and support that infrastructure, and a third for the general government structure that supports it and helps it prosper. That's a cooperative arrangement. We were able to go from the 8% to the 12% to fund the convention center with the support of that industry. That is them telling the public that this was a positive idea, even for the people that would be paying it or passing it through. And I value that cooperation. So I'm opposing this today and supporting the postponing of it because I don't believe we've had that engagement with that industry. But I will tell an industry I support and that I think is going to be vital for the economic future of this city and this state. There has to be a fix to the long-term advertisement of Alaska and Anchorage, but principally Alaska as a destination. The state cut back its support dramatically, and there are proposals for this industry to step up, similar to the way the seafood industry has done, to assess itself so that it can promote its product. The one speaker I asked said they weren't necessarily supporting it or weren't supporting any assessment on them that would provide that level of marketing that the state desperately needs. Mr. Mosky was talking about the potential declines in the tourism industry. That's true, but the economy in the U.S. is doing relatively well. This isn't 2008. It's not because of an economic downturn that we're seeing a potential downturn to Alaska tourism. It's much more likely, in my opinion, to be the fact that we, for the first time ever, aren't publishing a tourism book, that our tourism marketing has gone dramatically down, and that we have no effective plan to replace it. So I'd urge the members of the visitor industry to solve this problem statewide. If you don't, things like this in every community, but in this one in particular, are going to pop back up. And so simply saying we don't want a statewide assessment ignores the fact that without it, you're not going to get the kind of advertising that drives the tourism, and you're going to invite individual communities to do this piecemeal, which isn't in anybody's best interest.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. There is no one else in the queue, and the motion before us is to postpone indefinitely AO 2017-12. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
That item is postponed indefinitely. Okay, we are now at agenda item 14F. AO 2017-4, amending the structure, qualification, duties, and pay of the Election Commission. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last.
Hey, my name is Miranda Walso, W-A-L-S-O. Well, I understand the intent of the the ordinance being brought forward. I have a couple concerns with it. The first one is under Section A1. It changes from having served on a board to having been chairperson of that board. As the intent of the ordinance is to increase the ability of others to participate and increase the number of those willing to serve, I think that artificially restricting the pool of candidates that could fill that further undermines the intent. The second question I have is in number 3, it says that they have to have been an elected official twice within the last 5 years. So there's only the members of the State House that could even fill that for having been elected twice in 5 years. I question whether it's supposed to be elected or election. The second is the the discrepancy between number 2B that specifies 10 years and the restriction in 3 going to 5 years. If we're trying to, like I said, increase the pool, I think there's some standardization and allowing people who've had experience further back to from out of state to serve on the commission while restricting the number of people within state to have that time seems arbitrary and unwieldy. Thanks.
Mr. Croft?
You did that really fast, Miranda.
Sorry.
No, I know you're trying to fit in within your time, and you had some extra, but I was trying to address them in order. So, I had the concern that you had on A1 when I first read it, but I think it's actually broadening it it used to say members of a board, and now we can be either chairman of a precinct board or worked as any election official anywhere. But I guess maybe I had that question for whoever in the administration would like to address it. Is this more limiting or more broadening?
Can I specify my comment on that real quick?
Yeah.
There was the two parts in number one. One was adding in the state of Alaska, and the first part was specifying or a chairperson. If somebody's a chairperson of the board, they've obviously served on the board.
Okay, and it's still public testimony, so I'll just commit to you that when we close public testimony, I'll ask that question to get it clarified. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Don't go away. Madam Clerk, take your time.
Through the chair, the purpose of the amendment is to broaden the experience. Currently, experience is for election commission members is limited to serving on a precinct in Anchorage, and we want to broaden it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Ms. Stimboski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not see a C attached to this, and since part of what this does is increase the pay of election commission members, I assume it's going to be quite small, but I don't think it's going to be huge. But I would like to have some sort of idea on the financial impact.
Madam Clerk, please.
Through the chair, Ms. Domboski, there should be no financial impact because although we're increasing the salary of the election commission members, we're reducing the number. Before there were 7 and we're reducing it to 5. In addition, the work of the election commission is changing slightly. We're trying to make them the true quasi-judicial review body that they should be and are in the code, rather than just doing clerical work, which they have been doing in the past. So the cost will be at least a wash, possibly less.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful.
Thank you, Ms. Domboski. Mr. Croft?
Yeah, so back on that first point, Barbara, and notice how talented Barbara is. She's like taking the minutes and talking. She's going to be doing it all soon. Right, she'll just make the questions, answer the questions, take the notes, everything. So it's narrowing. I understand how A broadens it generally, but we are saying, we used to say if you just served on a board in Anchorage, and now you have been the chairperson of a board in Anchorage or anywhere else. So that's somewhat narrowing, but then 2 seems to widen it a lot, worked as an election official kind of anywhere. So are those trade-offs, or am I just misreading the chairperson part?
Let me get to the act block.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Croft, through the chair, there are 2 provisions. So you are correct that the new A1 is narrowing it because you didn't just have to serve at a precinct level. Now you have to serve as a chair. However, if you look at number 2, the difference is that we're saying worked as an election official in this or any jurisdiction anywhere in the U.S. So that would mean that you could have worked as an election official for 10 years and then you'd be qualified to be on the commission. And by the way, most of our election officials have far more than 10 years experience.
So if I'd been before I could have been on a precinct board for a day, but it'd have to be in the municipality. Now I have to have a little bit more experience, but it can be anywhere. As an election official, or I could have been chair of a municipal or state precinct board.
You are correct, Mr. Croft.
That does seem to broaden it. And then I appreciate you guys catching the B portion that used to prohibit holding a party office endorsing a candidate and being an employee. If you write it that way, you'd have to be all three. Yeah, the mayor and I, in the legislature, we used to search for those ands and those that didn't make any sense. So that's a nice catch. I'm sure, it's kind of a ridiculous result, but it makes a cleaner code now that we've cleaned it up. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, Mr. Croft, the clerk's office did have lots of help on this. Our project manager, Dennis Wheeler, former municipal attorney, is the one that drafted this at our request. And as you know, there's other staff here helping with the minutes, so I'm not doing it all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Weddleton?
I guess I had a question on this is, so to do this, you have to be either 1 and 2 or just number 3. Is that correct? Barbara's taking notes, talking to someone, and answering my question.
I stole her document back from her.
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, it's or, Mr. Weddleton. It's 1, 2, or 3.
Okay, so it's or for all of them. Okay, so now is 3, should it say served as an elected official or served as an election official?
You are correct.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. You are correct.
Can I make that amendment?
Certainly, please.
So I thought it should be election official and later elected official. Should it be elected in 2?
That's your next career.
Madam Clerk, what should it be?
I am looking at A3, which I believe Mr. Weddleton pointed out. It should say served as an election official within the state of Alaska through at least 2 election cycles.
Oh, I see.
Is that?
Can I make that motion?
Please.
I was fine.
Could you repeat that?
I
Make a
move
motion?
to amend so that line 39 replace elected official with election official.
Second.
Thank you. Let's vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment, please. Mr. Starr? Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you. That, somebody's missing. Who didn't vote, Madam Clerk?
I'm catching up with you.
Okay.
Mr. Starr. No,
Thank you. That amendment passes. We're now at the main motion. As amended, thank you, Mr. Trainee. There's no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
This ordinance is approved. We are now at agenda item 14G, AO 2017-5, disposal by a 5-year lease with 4 5-year renewal options to Verizon Wireless LLC for the installation and operation of telecommunication facilities on a portion of Heritage Land Bank. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening, sir.
Gary Abrahams, last name is Abrahams. I'm here on behalf of Verizon Wireless. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard at the Assembly this evening. Excuse me. Verizon is working hard to provide better wireless coverage to Anchorage, and there's a significant coverage gap in this area of Anchorage. We approached the MOA about leasing a parcel of land for a new site. We held the community meeting, received advisor approval from the Heritage Land Bank. The project consists of a proposed 100-foot tower with associated radio equipment cabinet space in a fenced compound, and the proposal would meet all requirements of the revised zoning code. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have, and appreciate your time tonight.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? And the second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn?
Madam Chair, I'll just note how wonderful it is that we're having a
5-year lease as opposed to a 1-year lease. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote on the main motion. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
This ordinance is approved. We are now at agenda item 14O, AO 2017-11, to establish a simplified method for determining base grade and to allow construction in steep slope areas to the same height standards as the underlying zoning district allows. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? If you'd like to be heard, please come to the podium and state your name and spell your last. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Assembly members. My name is Fred Stutzer, S-T-U-T-Z-E-R. Standing here with me is my wife, Laurel Stutzer. We're here to testify in support of Assembly Ordinance 2017-11 regarding the steep slope requirements, specifically the provision that exempts buildings within a Class A zoning district from the steep slope requirements. Laurel and her sister are currently in the early stages of redeveloping their family home site on the west end of 9th Avenue. This parcel is zoned R3 and thus falls under the Class A zoning district. We are attempting to create a responsible multifamily development that meets the needs of the community and that is respectful of the surrounding neighborhood as well as the childhood memories that my wife and my sister-in-law and the rest of their family have. However, the steep slope requirements under the current Title 21 could potentially prevent us from developing this land, redeveloping this land. This is why we are in support of the language in AO 2017-11 that would exempt our urban building site from the steep slope development requirements. Another matter I'd like to point out is that, in my opinion, the assessed value upon which property taxes are levied for these parcels does not consider the effects of this steep slope requirement and the limitations it would place on our development. In fact, having just received the green cards in the mail, which I'm assuming we all have, the land valuations for these parcels has increased 12%. So it's clear to me that the assessor's office is quite proud of these parcels. However, that seems a little bit inconsistent with the limitations that might be placed on our development of these parcels should the existing steep slope requirements be necessary. Again, we support the exemption language in AO 2017-11. Finally, I'd like to read a quote from Mayor Berkowitz as it appeared in the ADN regarding the announcement of the Ship Creek redevelopment efforts. We haven't had any new housing construction in downtown for more than 20 years. That is too long. If we want to have a vibrant city, we need to have a vibrant, growing downtown. Those sentiments could apply to our project just as well. And unless what I just read is considered fake news, it seems to me very clear that the municipality is in support of just our type of project, just like ours. So we ask the Assembly to show their support as well by approving AO 2017-11. Thanks for your consideration of our testimony in your deliberations.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's not really a disclosure, but Mrs. Stutzer was my babysitter.
He has to bring that up.
And neighbor.
For you?
Mr. Stutzer, what you are seeing is the culmination of an effort actually initiated by Ms. Dombosky about a year ago that I sort of hijacked. But we did with some deliberative effort to ask the planning department to revisit this issue because we recognized that there were some challenges associated with the regulatory requirements with steep slope development. And I would give credit to the department. I think they've come forth with a good proposal. It's a subject that I personally hate, which is Title 21. But what you're seeing is the fortunate occasional result of good governance. And I suspect they'll be pleased with the result of the vote tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. There are no other questions. Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to extend public hearing to February 14th.
Continue public hearing? Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. There's a second?
Why?
Mr. Weddleton?
We covered this quite extensively at the Community and Economic Development Committee last week, and Ms. Domboski wanted to bring this to Chugach Eagle River's Title 21 Committee to have them review it. There's no urgency to it that would cause a problem by delaying it till then. And Ms. Domboski, I think, could speak to that.
Mr. Flynn?
I got my question in.
Thank you. Mr. Croft?
My wife is a commercial developer, or is a developer primarily of commercial real estate, some school property, some municipal, but not any housing. And I do not think that this has any economic effect on me or her, but I wanted to put that on the record.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. The motion before us is to continue the public hearing on AO 2017-11 until the meeting of February 14th. There's no one in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr?
Yes.
Thank you. That public hearing is continued to the meeting of February 14th. We are now at agenda item 14U. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to declare conflict of interest, and I wonder, will Ms. Domboski ask me questions, or you want me to just lay it out?
I would like for you to continue first, and then, as usual, Ms. Domboski will ask the questions.
Okay, I do have a financial and private interest in this that is different than most people. This case regards purchases of land and negotiations to keep Spenard Road project on track, and I am in negotiations very similar to what you'll be discussing this evening, and those are not completed. So that would be, I certainly have a financial interest there. And on the grounds of public trust, I'm concerned because if you read through the packet, which is very extensive, for each parcel that there are negotiations for, there's quite a bit of information. There's notes on their conversations with the property owners, and you can go property by property down the road until you hit mine, then you skip it. And it just, there's nothing unusual going on. Our negotiations are good, open, and honest, but I think if I were anyone but me looking at it, I would go, how come the assemblyman's not mentioned here? And that bothers me a bit. So on those two grounds, I suggest that I would be recused.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Based on your comments, the chair rules that you do have a conflict, so would you, unless anybody objects, would you leave the room and come back when we deal with the other issue, the last
Order the day and do fluoride first.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Welcome to an exclusive club, Mr. Weddleton.
Saved you some time, Mr. Domboski. We are now at AR 2017-16, a resolution authorizing the use of eminent domain and acceptance of the decisional documents for the construction of Spenard Road Reconstruction Phase 2 project. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to be heard? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. My name is John House, House. I'm a business owner on the north end of Spenard. One of our wisest founding fathers, when he came to make a major decision, Benjamin Franklin would take a piece of paper, draw a line on it, and write down the positives and negatives to weigh his decision to see how it would come out. And then he would make his decision based on that information. Let me ask the Assembly, you're looking at eminent domain. We're taking a 4-lane highway to a 2-lane highway, putting in major obstacles for people to get into businesses. How is this helping safety? I can tell you it doesn't. It's going to clog the road. You're looking at taking where my business is that has 4 or 5 parking places and eliminating all of our parking. So now my customers, the 27-year-old who has a baby who needs to bring a piece of equipment into my office, has to park almost a block away to walk through this snow mess to get there. On top of that, today I had a 78-year-old lady who came to my business. She will have to park a block or parking a half to a block away to get to my business because the parking has been literally eliminated in front of my business. Oh, by the way, could the assembly please tell me how I'm supposed to get freight into my business because the parking has been eliminated in front of my business and several others next door to me? How is UPS going to bring my freight to me? How is FedEx supposed to bring my freight to me? Oh, that's right. The assembly doesn't have an answer for that. My business owner, the business owner who owns my business, he has several pieces of property on Spenard Road. On top of all this, what is our parking doing? Well, guess what it's storing right now? That's right, snow. But if you eliminate all of our parking, now where is the assembly going to, what are they going to do to handle the snow problem? You have no answer. I have a letter here that was sent to you by my landlord, Baxter Gamble. I trust every one of you gotten it and read it.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Flynn, you have a question?
Thank you, sir. What's the name of your business?
My business is Alaska Unlimited, located at 2225 Spenard Road on the north end.
Okay.
We're the distributor for the Rainbow Cleaning System.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Dave Darden. David. Last name Darden, Delta Alpha, Romeo Delta Echo November. I'd like to officially announce my candidacy for King of Anchorage in the upcoming April election.
Sir, are you going to testify on this issue?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think we should be using eminent domain to take people's property. It's not right. Let's knock it off. Can I testify on another issue separately?
No, this is the issue before us right now.
I mean, later? Do I kind of come back up? Or?
At the end of the meeting, you can come back up and talk, but
Okay.
right now...
Yeah, that's all I had to say about that.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Zach Fields, and thanks for the opportunity to testify. I appreciate the mayor and members of the assembly for advancing the Spenard Road project to this point. As all of you know, this project has been in the work for over a decade. Hundreds of members of the community, Spenard Chamber of Commerce, community councils, individual citizens, business owners have all worked together to bring the project to where it is today. Rebuilding Spenard Road in a safe and accessible manner, which is the project before us, is important both for that corridor and nearby residents, but it's also a project of citywide significance. I don't live in Spenard, but I'm here testifying on behalf of it because at a time when neither oil nor federal employment will be drawing additional residents to Anchorage, the attractiveness, safety, and livability of our city becomes even more important for our economic well-being. The business community has recognized this for a long time with this Live, Work, Play campaign. We can't possibly meet the goals of the Live, Work, Play campaign without safe, modern infrastructure such as that which is envisioned in this Spenard Road project. Every poll of Alaskans conducted by ADC and Americans more broadly show that professionals expect and demand walkable, bikeable, safe, mixed-use urban communities, which again is what this project helps bring us toward. Sidewalks and bike lanes, such as those proposed in this project, really are a bare minimum. Without them, our business districts cannot prosper. But this isn't just an issue of economic development and the long-term growth of our city. It's also an issue of life or death. For too long, the State Department of Transportation has failed to provide safe infrastructure for pedestrians and bicyclists. It's no surprise that 2 pedestrians have already died this year on roads that either lacked pedestrian facilities completely or lacked ones that were being cleared of snow. That's an avoidable tragedy. This road design finally makes it safe to bike, walk, and drive in Spenard. The design is also very well crafted to make it safer and more convenient to drive on Spenard, and as someone who drives there on a weekly and in some cases a daily basis, I appreciate that, particularly when you look at safer left-turning movements on Spenard. In closing, this proposal moves us closer toward an objective that hundreds of Alaskans have worked on for many years. We cannot allow at this 11th hour the objections of a few or perhaps one NIMBY to obstruct a project that is necessary for this business district and for our city's economic health. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to continue to move forward with this important project.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Dan Butel. That's Beutel. I'm a resident of Valley of the Moon. My wife and I live there, and I've lived in Anchorage for about 11 years. I've been frustrated the entire time by the quality of Spenard Road, especially the fact that it is completely unsafe and unusable as a bicyclist. There's no provision whatsoever made for bicycles now. It makes me less inclined to bike on the road, which makes me less inclined to frequent a number of the businesses along that road. I think that the businesses that are complaining about it are really missing that there are lots of potential customers who would be happy to walk or bike there and are dissuaded from doing so by the lack of current facilities. I would also like to see the project move forward because it appears it will address most of the worst traffic issues and solve a number of problems along those lines. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Littmans, Litmans. I share a car with my wife, and I am a daily bike commuter, and I bike year-round. I live in East Anchorage, and I routinely bike on Spenard Road, but I never look forward to it. There are two things I'd like to emphasize in why I support the Spenard Road project. The first is safety. It will dramatically improve safety for the most vulnerable road users, pedestrians, and bicyclists. Anyone trying to cross a four-lane street has to deal with multiple lanes of traffic, moving at different speeds in different directions, and that's a recipe for disaster. The project will address that. For bicyclists, Spenard is currently a dangerous road. There are no bike lanes. Right now, if a bicyclist shares the road with traffic, they're less visible to cars in other lanes. They're subject to being struck by vehicles turning left and right or sideswept. If a bicyclist uses the sidewalk, they are less visible to cars pulling out of parking lots or from the feeder streets and are subject to the classic T-bone collision. With the conversion, there will be bike lanes for bicyclists, making them more visible and giving them space on the road. For pedestrians, there is one less lane to cross, and there will be crosswalks included in the project. The Federal Highway Administration has quite a bit of information with respect to road diets online, and one of their more recent reports confirms that safety is a major benefit of road conversions from 4 to 3. It creates a safer road environment, not just for the vulnerable users, but also for motorists as well. And anyone who uses Spenard knows that there are multiple vehicle-on-vehicle collisions at Spenard and 27th, and this project would help address that. The second matter that I wanted to bring to the Assembly's attention for why I support this project is because it's good for business, and it's good for businesses on Spenard. I recognize and respect the earlier statement. It may not be good for every business on Spenard, but it is certainly good for many of the businesses on Spenard. Study after study that has looked at the conversions of 4-lane to 3-lane road diets have found that businesses' revenues can be improved and increased. In New York, a study found that the income of business along a newly placed bike lane rose by 49% compared to the 3% average seen throughout the city. In Seattle, post-bike lane revenue jumped 400% on a particular newly installed bike facility on a street there with lots of businesses. In Fort Worth, Texas, revenue from restaurants increased 179% after a street was reconfigured from 4 to 3. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lindsay Hajduk. That's Hajduk.
and I am the president of Bike Anchorage. We are an all-volunteer organization here in Anchorage with about 3,000 members and supporters throughout the city. We have commented extensively on the redesign and reconstruction project for Spenard Road, and we had hoped that negotiations could be made to secure the right-of-way from all the businesses along the way in order to make the improvements that we need in order to make Spenard Road a safer and more vibrant area. However, since that's not the case, we support the use of eminent domain from the Assembly in order to move this project forward. This project was approved in the bond last April with over 60% or nearly 60% of the votes to support moving the project forward. I feel like that's also a stamp of approval from citizens of Anchorage in recognizing that they want to see the improvements on this stretch of Spenard Road. It's important to move this project forward for a number of reasons that have been stated, but it's also a model project for our community. It can showcase how we can have a smart street design for all road users, reducing conflicts from pedestrians, people on bikes, people in cars, and public transit users. There are a lot of improvements along this stretch that have taken all of those users into consideration, and national data and research has shown that they will reduce collisions and major injuries and even fatalities along this stretch. And we can do this in a way that supports businesses, supports the road users, and provides a vibrant, important business district for our community. It's also an important improvement for safety with the city's commitment to Vision Zero, which is to eliminate the loss of life and major injuries on our roadways. It's a long way to go to get there, but in showing that we can build roads with bike lanes, with wide sidewalks, and with smart driving lane designs, we will move into the direction of changing the way we design our streets for all of Anchorage. It's also important for the bike community. A big priority for the city through its bike plan that we currently have is to ensure a continuous bike network. And that's what Spenard Road would do. 27th Avenue is also being considered for a bike boulevard, and it's important to connect what we have.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Khalil Withen, W-I-T-H-E-N. I'm a resident of Fairview, and I'm here as a bike commuter. I bike daily also throughout the winter, and I'm asking for your strong support for the Spenard Corridor project for three simple reasons. I think it's critical to continue with this project to build our local economy and to reduce crime by smarter, safer urban planning and to save lives of Anchorage residents. As we all face pretty significant economic challenges in our state, it's important to think locally about economic development. And there's a recent article many of you probably saw about the Northern Economics report to the legislature. The Economist reported that the recession could continue for 3 years, and they highlighted that Anchorage residents largely live here because of the great quality of life. But one of their concerns that they mentioned is that people who are able to leave may leave if our safety in schools get worse. And the Spenard Corridor Plan is a key step in strengthening Anchorage's economy by boosting a business zone, making Anchorage a better place to work and live, and to help retain our human talent across the city. Not only will the Spenard project boost our economy, it will also save Anchorage lives. Our bike plan back in 2010 reported that Alaska has a bicycle safety problem, and they reported that between 1994 and 2006, there are about 141 accidents between vehicles and cars per year. Unfortunately, I'm going to share with you some of my recent personal experiences with bike safety. I was biking in Midtown on a road without any bike lanes or bike infrastructure, and a driver didn't look when they turned, and they turned right towards me. I swerved, was safe, but it was a close call. And within less than a year's time, while I was working in an office in Midtown, I was looking at my office and I witnessed 2 separate accidents, and there were actual human bodies on the street bleeding in front of me, and I felt like there was nothing I can do. And that's why I decided to come here tonight, because I think that these human lives are more important than the parking spaces, and I know that it's within our power as a community to work together to actually make this change and build a model project in Spenard. My third point was reducing crime. As a bike commuter, I feel safer whether I'm shopping, whether I'm going to work, when there are people out and about. And building this project as a more walkable, bikeable place with better access to the businesses, I think there'll be more eyes and ears out there, and that will make me, as an Anchorage resident, feel safer. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Hannah Frost, and I'd like to present the perspective of a potential bike commuter. I live in Arctic and Tudor, where bike lanes were recently added this summer, and I have to say that construction was terrible, but it was well worth it. I bought a bike this summer with the intent to bike to work. I work at Spenard and 31st near Ponchas Via, and I did it a few times before I had health issues that had prevented me from biking, but I'm really excited to take advantage of the bike lanes this year. And that being said, I felt safer in the construction zone than I ever did biking down Spenard, which is kind of funny when you think about it, because if anybody traveled down Arctic during that construction period, it was pretty brutal. Many times I've thought about biking to restaurants in Spenard, including Beartooth and Spenard Roadhouse. They have terrible parking, and I thought, well, maybe I'll bike down there and grab a bite to eat after work or whatever. And I have decided against doing it because Spenard is a terrible pedestrian area. We end up driving to businesses that are actually located outside of Spenard usually. We head to the east side of town or even the south side of town before we hit up some of those businesses, which is really sad because Spenard Roadhouse is awesome. I love the bike lanes that have been added around town, specifically the ones on Arctic, and I believe the ones down by Valley of the Moon are a great addition to this community. I walk when I go downtown, and I think many people in Spenard will do so as well. Downtown, you park in a parking garage and you walk from business to business. I would never, ever consider driving from business to business downtown. Why should Spenard be any different? It should be more walkable than downtown. In general, Anchorage should strive to be more pedestrian friendly, and for those reasons, I would support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Steve Johnson, Johnsson. I'm a homeowner in East Anchorage, and I'm here to support the resolution to use eminent domain to move the Spenard project ahead. At present, the sidewalks on Spenard are very dangerous, especially south of Benson. It's whether there's snow on the sidewalk or not, it's a dangerous place to walk. And I'm also a year-round bike commuter, but I'm also a driver, and I think that improvements to our road are extremely important. I support the project despite the need to use eminent domain at this point. Thank you.
So, wait to debate. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. I hate these things, but I'm going to go ahead anyway. It seems like the only people that are for this are people from bicycles.
Please state your name and spell your
My name's
name.
William Perkins.
Thank you, sir.
I own the property at 26 in Spenard, 2600 Spenard, and 2602 Spenard. And there's been a lot of false things going on. I mean, I got this report, and you're talking about negotiations. There's no negotiations. I got one phone call, that's it. And I took this to a lawyer. In this report, this appraisal, if I can use the word, he called it crap, but I already knew that. There were so many mistakes in it. For one thing, back in number 8, page 8, it says that the property is already improved and it's outside the area, so it's not affected by the acquisition. But that's not true. By law, you are required to pay for the damages. And here, on page 18 of this report, it says that they're not going to. Okay, back here on 58, this is an insult. This whole page is false, talking about liens I have. I have no liens. None of this is true. I mean, what you want to do is you want to do bike trails, and then you want to give all these government workers, health care and Fridays off and all these other things, coffee breaks. I mean, you're talking about they're cheating us out of money. I call it thievery. And it's all for these government employees to get all these health care and all these benefits that I don't get. I worked hard. I pay $25,000 a year in property taxes, and I'm not complaining. But you people have got to be responsible. And for you to come in and try to steal from me is unconscionable just for a bike trail. And that's what this is about. It's bike trails, and you're trying to steal from me. You know, it's $14,000, and that was hidden. It was hidden down in a proposition that if you were to vote on it, well, I would like to see what the vote would be. But it's these bicyclists, these selfish bicyclists that want it. And these selfish government employees that want all their health care and all this other stuff. I've been dealing with this since 2003. This is as long as I've had this. I've paid this building off. I mean, there are so many mistakes in this. It's ridiculous. It's supposed to be an appraisal report. Look at it. Commercial is supposed to be that thick. And this is this. It's crap.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for listening to me.
You're welcome. Thanks for being here. Good evening.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. After listening to the public testimony, I understand the importance of having a place to ride your bike. I like riding my bike. But I've heard some pretty serious complaints from residents, and I think it may be wise on the part of the Assembly to take some time to let both parties sit down and come to some kind of consensus on which the people who want a safe method of riding their bicycle and also the people who are property owners can both be at peace with being a resident in the city of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard?
Hello, my name is Jim Rafuse. I own the Anchorage House of Hobbies on the corner of Spenard and Northern Lights.
Please spell your last name, sir.
It's spelled R-A-F-F-U-S-E.
Thank you.
And I believe in safety as much as anyone, and I like the idea of the improvements on Spenard to make it nicer, but I am against the eminent domain way of taking land. I think that it should be done in a better, more civilized way. There should be more negotiation than what the city has been offering, I think. And I know that you need the land, and I am willing to let you guys take my land for a reasonable price, but I don't think that the remainder of the land is going to be as valuable as it is right now, and I realize that. And in the letter that you guys sent me, which was another appraisal, just like that man was talking about, my damages for what's left of the land was $0. And according to what I found from doing some research from law, it says that the proper measure of damages is one which puts the landowner in as good a position as he would have been if the property was not taken. This makes him whole. According to the Fifth Amendment, it says, nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. And under Alaska statutes, and I could read you the numbers, but that would just take time, but it states private property shall not be taken or damaged for public use without just compensation. And that's what I'm here for, is what is just, Can they just take your land and say, here's $0 for the damages of what's left, and we're going to take it for this amount? If this was a car and you wanted to buy it from me, would you come up to me and say, I'm going to give you $20 for that car, take it or leave it? Or would you come up and say, what would you like for that car? We would like to buy it, and, work out a deal. And that's what I'm here about, is that I think that instead of eminent domain, the city should work with the business owners along Spenard and make them happy, so that not only they're happy, but the bicycles will be happy, everybody will be safe, and Spenard will look nicer than it ever has. Let's see, I've got some other notes here too I'd like to read you.
You have about 12 seconds left, sir.
What's that?
About 12 seconds left. Thank you.
Okay, well, let's see, I'll try to be quick. Let's see, it says when the state takes only a portion of a larger parcel, you are entitled to the severance damages related to the remaining parcel that they failed to take. That's the part they offered me $0 for that I disagree with. And according to the rules, you would have to pay attorney fees and appraiser fees and the interest if we were taken into court with eminent domain and I should win, which I think I have a pretty strong case here, and I would let you have this paper that explains it all. And the proper measure of damages, though, is one which puts the landowner in as good a position as he would have been if the property was not taken.
Thank you very much.
That is in the law.
Thank you.
So think about it.
Thank you.
Can you find time for this gentleman?
Excuse me?
Can I give the rest of my time to this?
No, I'm sorry. No.
Okay.
Thank you. But would you like to testify on this issue?
This lady is before me.
Well, thank you for letting us know. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, she was here first.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Lehman, and I am here to read a statement from the Marutis family. I have Mrs. Marutis with me. I'm her driver tonight. And Mrs. Marutis and her family are owners of Pizza Olympia on Spenard Road. Excuse me. Pizza Olympia is located on Spenard Road between Benson and Northern Lights. The Marutis family has owned and operated Pizza Olympia for the past 32 years. They have received multiple awards for Spenard beautification and have always provided food to all who come hungry. Pizza Olympia is notorious for family, hospitality, and friendship. The Spenard Road concerns are, as renters, we have little or no say on how the Spenard reconstruction project will affect us. We are in great fear of losing our business. The proposed changes will significantly affect access to our business. The entire front parking area will be taken away, leaving only the back alley parking available. Also, the existing turn-in ramp will be removed, and a cement median will be placed to prevent turning on Spenard Road in front of our building. Community parking is planned for the corner of Spenard Road and Northern Lights. But again, the front access ramp next to the building will be removed, so no turning will be allowed to the front of Pizza Olympia. The only access from the front will be a private ramp by the hobby shop, which we are not allowed to use. Excuse me. We are a family-friendly business and cater to many elderly folks, and this will present many challenges. We were told to use our back door, our fire escape entry, instead of our main entry, so customers would not need to park in front anyway. Or hire a valet was our other option. During construction, the front of our building on Spenard Road will be closed completely. For the past 32 years, we have seen so many positive changes to Spenard, and we have served many beautiful generations of wonderful people. Please help us keep our business so we can continue to serve the Anchorage family. Thank you on behalf of the Athena Marutis and the Marutis family at Pizza Olympia.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Graham. It's Regina.
Hello again.
Yes. My name is Regina Monteufel, and I've lost a lot of weight bicycling. And I remember when we were working on 15th Avenue in Fairview, we had a lot of dilemma. But, you know, if you have to have a trail and your business is not going to be able to be profitable anymore because of this work being done, you should buy it at a proper price and maybe put a couple little doggy parks or doggy run areas where those businesses were before. But the ethical thing to do is the people that have come here and made their statements, you should have a meeting with them, and maybe you can narrow the bicycle trail area in some of the places so that they still have their parking. Maybe you can get rid of something that was going to block entry to their parking area so they can still have businesses. I think that you need to put a thing to table this until there is a meeting with these people. There's a rule for proper notice, and according to the Federation of Community Councils, there was supposed to be a mail out to all the property owners, and the Maruduses are correct that they have a say-so. There's a constitutional right for you to be able to operate your business. And I don't have that memorized, what section it is. But if they are losing their business and they are not going to have income because of this work done, legally they can sue and get just compensation. And I know the city doesn't want to go through that kind of problem. So these people that have taken time to show up to the meeting, have a meeting with them, do some drawing, maybe have a city person come and do some measuring and say, what if we move this here and move this line there, and then you can have some parking here. And how about if we narrow the bike lane area and maybe put a higher buffer between the street part and the curb for like a safety buffer where you have it, you know, maybe a 3-foot little wall or something, since it's going to be a little narrower at that part of the trail, and make it better for them. I know in Fairview, I was the vice president of community council when we got 15th Avenue done, and I remember when the Llano Club was shortchanged because they couldn't afford people to lobby for them. And there's people in this audience that can't afford to pay for an attorney or a lobbyist. They're not a rich business, so let's treat them fairly. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I am also candidate for Anchorage Assembly for Patrick Flynn's open seat.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, members of the Assembly. My name is Tom McGrath, and I've been involved with this process since the 90s. And had we done, it was started out as a safety project, about $4 million. Had we done that safety project, we would be back here again today anyway, upgrading the road. And that the road was actually upgraded in the 80s, and part of these businesses lost part of their parking at that time. Now you fast forward 30 years, and there's a bunch of businesses on Spenard Road that didn't comply with the 1985 change to Title 21. So they don't have enough parking. Now, with this change, they will not in any way, shape, or form comply with the new Title 21. So some of these buildings, as if you look at the old DOT building at the corner of Spenard and Benson, just got torn down. The Spenard Community Council has been after them to tear down that building for 40 years. And it was left when they widened Benson, and for some reason they didn't tear it down. And it's been a thorn in our sides for 40 years. If you take, I think there's about 10 different buildings along Spenard Road between 30th and Hillcrest that just need to be gone, because there's no way that they can be economically viable without any parking. In 1987, I was affected on 36th Avenue the same way, and the city strong-armed me, and I ended up with about $30,000 towards a duplex that I owned. They said, that fixes your loss. About 10 years later, after not being able to find tenants because the duplex was 1 foot from the new right-of-way, I ended up tearing it down, which cost me more than what I got from the city. So, you know, and I've talked to Mr. Trainee, throughout Anchorage, we have other places where we left buildings for whatever reason. You know, they didn't have proper parking. They shouldn't have been left in the first place. They should have been torn down. And sooner or later, the business owner ends up tearing them down or repurposing them completely. Let's do it right. If we've got, say, 10 buildings or businesses in Spenard that are going to be put out of business because of this action, they should be negotiated with in good faith so that they would be viable under the current Title 21, not under, well, we'll make it work somehow.
Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Sombat Botanical, S-O-M-B-A-T.
Can you?
Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
What, you want me to start over again?
That would be good.
Okay.
Yes.
My name is Caitlin Sombat Botanical, S-O-M-B-A-T-R-A-T-A-N-A-K-U-L. I'm a business owner at the north end of Spenard. I own Denali Dream Soap Company. Though I don't own the business that I'm in, we support this construction of Spenard. We've been there for 15 years, and it's kind of way overdue. I myself, as well as two of my employees, commute to work. I have one that walks and bikes, and then one that walks. And on a weekly basis, they tell me that they almost get hit by cars. And I myself don't bike as often because I have that fear myself. But I just wanted to put it out there that we support this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Anyone else wish to be heard?
Lady and gentleman coming down.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Lottie Michael, M-I-C-H-A-E-L, and I'm not talking about the merits of the project. I think the project's going to go. But I've been in commercial real estate 45 years. Sunday, I celebrated 45 years. So I kind of have an idea of how negotiations work. And if you say negotiating, it's nothing like I've ever done. I was offered, the city's appraiser came out in June or July. In end of November, I was given a copy of the appraisal. There was several flaws with it. They said, that's the appraisal. The right-of-way agent said, this is the offer, take it or we take you to court. I said, well then, take me to court. I've signed a contract for $30,000 to have my own appraisal done. This isn't right. It's just not right. And it'll be a couple of months before I have the appraisal done. So we need to think about, you're going to do it. I know you're going to do it. But you need to think about timing. And you really need to think about the tenants. Because, see, I'm going to be whole. And my tenants are going to get some money because I feel honor-bound. But Pizza Olympia is not. And all of these people are calling me because I'm kind of loud about my opinion on this. But these tenants they've got their savings in their businesses. And now it's just, some people win and some people lose, and it's good for the mass. Well, it's not good to the immigrant family that started. It's not good to Bella Boutique. She's there 7 days a week. I just say, I'm asking you to make it equitable. Equitable for the property owner, but equitable for the businesses. And they're not necessarily the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Steve Plante, P-L-A-N-T-E. I think it's a little heavy-handed, the way the property owners are being negotiated with. I think a fair way out would be to allow the property owners to get their own appraisal and present it to the city, and you guys just pay up. In the end, you'll have what you want, they'll have what they want, and in several years, it'll all be behind us. But to get an appraisal from people that have skin in the game, that's kind of shady. That's all I have to say about that subject.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Shaw. I'm a real estate broker.
Can you spell your last name, please, sir?
Pardon?
Can you spell your last name, please?
S-H-A-W.
Thank you.
I moved to Anchorage roughly 33 years ago, and I've been in real estate now for over 20 plus years. I was here when they decided to do the Arctic change. There were quite a few small businesses that were affected, but not a whole lot because a lot of places were park area and things like that existing. But there was a dramatic effect on business in that area. The fireweed project was another one that almost happened when they were realizing that they weren't going to be able to turn left to go inside a business. It was basically going to put many of those small businesses out of business. Same thing happened on the 15th Avenue east of Ingram. There weren't too many businesses in there. I think there was only one or two, but they weren't really drastically affected because most of the traffic was flowing by them and still could get in. But they too could not do left turns to get into a business. The Spenard project, you're looking at south of the Spenard area. You did that a few years back, and there were quite a few small businesses that ended up shutting their doors, although some have moved back into those locations of other types of business. Those people that were there before were dramatically affected. And now you wanted to make changes north of 36 to Hillcrest. That's going to be a tremendous effect on these types of businesses. One of the businesses was told they needed to have valet service at their location for a restaurant. They can't afford to have that type of business if they're going to be paying valet. Figure the amount of times that would be used, the amount of hours, even at minimum wage, what it would cost them. It's not cost effective. They were told by the city administration to do just that. If you want that, I'll give you that information later. But I would recommend that if you're going to do this, be fair, compensate not just the business owner of the property, but also those that lease those businesses, and this is their way of life. Many for quite a few years, and we had one testify tonight that's been in business over 30 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body? Can I have a motion to approve and a second, please? No?
I move to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second? Thank you. Mr. Steele?
Yes, Madam Chair. This project has been in the works for, well, since the turn of this century. Basically, it's been in work for about 20 years. And during that time, there has always been issues. And it's one of the older parts of town in terms of Spenard was established a long time ago. I don't have the exact date, but it's been around a long time. The northern portion was split off the project because of issues, difficulties on the project, and was done from Hillcrest down to Chester Creek. The Spenard Road from Hillcrest to, I guess it's 30th now, is one of the most dangerous areas in town in terms of bicycle, pedestrian traffic. The fact that the blocks are offset, so you don't have them line up for good pedestrian crossing across Spenard. And folks have been working on it, like I said, for 20 years. And we went through, when the proposal was a state proposal, when the proposal was federal funding that we were trying to get. And now we've been working on it pretty steady for a good number of years. And every effort in the world has taken place to bring people in, to talk about the issues, to try and find solutions. It's a crowded area, no doubt about it. Buildings are not on huge lots set back, but they do have some issues. It has like I said, one of the highest accident rates. Buses do not have turnouts, but it has one of the highest public transit riderships, this section. Bicyclists have tried to use it and do use it. It's not too far from West High School, not too far from elementary schools, whether it be North Star or Stellar as a high school. Holy Rosary is right there. It has a lot of traffic and a lot of draw. I'm not saying the project is perfect, because it isn't perfect and it will never be perfect, but it is adding to the public safety in terms of bus turnouts so that they're not blocking traffic. When the Beartooth lets out, the traffic is terrible in there, and I'm not sure that this is going to solve that, but it will make it better because it will allow traffic to flow. Negotiations have taken place now for months with people. I think the city did its due diligence in terms of the design. I think they did their due diligence in terms of getting appraisals and trying to negotiate solutions to the project, or to the process. When they made an offer and people balked at the offer, they basically said, well, get an appraisal and let's talk about it, or make us an offer and let's talk about it. And they've done it. There have been a number of iterations on a number of these parcels. Is it all solved? No, it's not, and it will not be. A lot of these businesses have alley access. A lot of these businesses will have side access, but may not have the front access that they've had in the past. It's not perfect. It's in bad shape. For pedestrians crossing the street, there's going to be a respite in the middle where you can get in there on a 3-foot wide divider, if you will, and be safe, a safe zone, if you will. It's going to have marked crosswalks real well. It'll have good lighting. It's a good project, but it's not perfect. But the city has been willing to negotiate and negotiate and negotiate, and at some point, we need to get on with the project. And there's parking, as people mentioned, on Photo Avenue. There's 2 parking lots that are built on the north part of it, one for the bakery employees and another one for businesses to share on the west side. Anyway, I live in the area. It's my part of town, and I'm looking forward to the safety. But I know it's concerning for folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. Mr. Croft?
I had a couple of questions for the administration. Mr. Abbott, who would be the best to answer it on this?
Probably John Smith, project manager, and if he needs help from others, he can call on them.
Mr. Smith, in the eminent domain process, does the municipality pay for the attorney's fees of both sides?
That's a good question.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, they do.
Does that, and I was pretty sure of that answer, but does that include an appraisal, or do they have to get their own appraisal?
We would pay for it.
So the municipality pays the attorney's fees of the applicant, the person who's got the property, and for their appraisal. Who ends up deciding the fair market value? Is that the municipality?
Well, the process that we've gone through is we had an MAI appraiser take parcel maps that we developed and go out, meet with the individual property owners, the business owners, and do an appraisal.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Sorry.
Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
That's okay.
And develop a fair market price for the public use easement that we're seeking.
Yeah, but these people don't think it's a fair market evaluation, so who's going to decide? Is that you that get the decision?
No.
Who does?
It's an iterative process whereby we have our right-of-way department, which is managed by a licensed surveyor, and then we have a real estate agent who has been involved in assisting with the negotiations. We have met repeatedly with all property owners out there. We have attempted to mitigate to the greatest extent possible the impacts. We have had non-conforming rights analyzed for each property to determine, as an example, there may be a property that has had parking since 1970. We're compensating for all non-conforming rights that are being lost as a result of lost parking.
And how many of the parcels have you settled with? We're hearing from the ones you have not, but how many?
Boy, I think we've settled with everybody, but about 9, I think, and I think we've settled with upwards of 40. If you look at the major businesses along the corridor, we've settled with the REI Mall, Buckaroo Club, Play It Again Sports, the bakery, several offices, North Rim Bank.
That's about 80% of the landowners along the road.
It's the majority, yes.
And then it sounds like you're at an impasse with at least some of the ones who testified today. In that process, who ends up deciding what the fair market value is if they say it's a certain amount and you've offered much less than that?
Well, again, we have to go by our appraisal and the fact that we have a process by which we treat all property owners equally and fairly, so that to at this point in time begin a process of making payments that are not substantiated, it would be unfair to those who have already settled.
That's your end of the process. Then it goes to you, Mr. Owens.
Through the chair, Robert Owens, I'm with the Municipal Legal Department. When this gets into eminent domain, it would be an action filed in Superior Court. The court would refer to a master who would look at the appraised values established and render a decision on what the value is. And at that point, if the property owner was unhappy with that decision, they'd have a second opportunity to appeal again to the Superior Court for review.
Okay, so we're not the final arbiter of what the value is, the court is.
Correct.
And the process we're here today for, are we setting values today, or we're simply declaring that it is a public purpose that we're taking this for, the road, and that we're deeming that it is an appropriate public purpose?
Correct. The issue before you is whether you believe that this is an authorized use and that the taking is necessary for those purposes.
And so it may not be you at this point, but what can somebody tell me about this question of the 4-lane or 3-lane design? That is, why the 3-lane design was chosen?
Yes, Madam Chair, Assemblyman Croft. Making the decision to go to a 3-lane section was not made arbitrarily at all. In fact, it was heavily driven by, frankly, by the Spenard Reconstruction Task Force that was convened by former Assembly Member Ernie Hall. through their work and efforts in evaluating the pros and cons of the 4-lane versus the 3-lane section, the 3-lane was recommended, and it provides, as we heard previous testimony, provides a number of benefits with regard to pedestrians, bicyclists, traffic flow, safety, reduction in crash rates, etc.
And did the municipality reach out at least to all the landowners involved?
Yes, we've had multiple meetings with every property owner and every business owner throughout the corridor in an attempt to understand what their specific site-specific needs are, try to mitigate loss of parking, look at restriping some of their parking, driveway locations, and we're also involved in bringing some of the improvements right up to the storefront. So in other words, we would have a seamless corridor that would enhance the curb appeal and the business from a business aspect, and a number of the businesses have taken advantage of that.
Those are the questions I had. I may have comments later, Madam Chair, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Flynn?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I approach this topic with a certain degree of trepidation. I am not a big fan of eminent domain, and perhaps the worst aspect of this project is that this summer my sons and I rode our bicycles from our home to Arctic Roadrunner via this route, and if this project were to move forward, it would be easier, and my wife wasn't along on that trip, and I still suffer the consequences of taking them without her. So that said, I do believe, and I have been helping Mr. Steele along in this project for his tenure on this body, both within and without the AMATS process. I do believe it is time to move forward, and I'm very respectful of the concerns of the property owners, and having gotten to know Mr. Owens a little bit better, frankly, than I would like to in other litigation, I'm going to place my faith in him that we do treat property owners fairly in moving this forward. So as reluctant as I am to employ eminent domain for any project, I think in this case, given the myriad of complications and the remarkable mix of interests, it is unfortunately the only avenue left to us if we truly do believe that this is an appropriate project, which by my affirmative vote on the bonds years ago, I have already stated publicly. So I'm going to support it, as reluctant as I am to endorse an eminent domain designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Owens, I was wondering if you could come back up and clarify some legal points. This is obviously the first time I've ever dealt with eminent domain, and it's extremely rare, and so I think we're all learning about this process, and I think it's also really important that we get some things on the record for the public as well, which doesn't see this happen very often. But I wanted you to sort of reiterate or clarify some of the things that Mr. Croft asked you. The first was about going to Superior Court. Mm-hmm. So is that something that the property owners have to initiate, or is that going to happen regardless, going to Superior Court and then appointing a master?
Through the chair, the action is initiated by the municipality, and so if we are unable to reach agreement with property owners, then we would commence a lawsuit for seeking eminent domain against each individual parcel with which we've been unable to reach an agreement. And in connection with that, we would, of course, be notifying and including anybody with an interest in the property, which would include tenants.
So the question of attorney's fees, typically a prevailing party gets attorney's fees, but if you have a master appointed, it must be a little bit difficult to determine who the prevailing party is in this kind of thing. So how are attorney's fees handled with the property owners?
Well, again, it goes similar to Rule 82 under the civil rules, if the offer of the city is determined to be, or the final award exceeds the offer of the city by, I believe it's 10% or greater, then they are considered to be the prevailing party and their fees are paid.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Owens. So I appreciate that. That's fine. So I guess just with that testimony, I think I am in favor of moving forward with this. And the reason is because, I know it will be portrayed, I think, in the popular media, and certainly my conception before I started down learning about this process too, is that eminent domain is where the government kind of comes and grabs your land, and maybe gives you a little bit of money for it. But that clearly is not what is going to happen here. We're going to designate this public, that there's this purpose, and then there will be, the Superior Court will be involved, and a master, which is a neutral party to determine values, and then there'll be another chance to appeal. So with those protections in place, I believe I'm comfortable going forward, and I also very much appreciate the extended and detailed testimony of Mr. Steele, which I also found persuasive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson?
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is a long and winding road, so to speak, and I actually used to live in Spenard, and that was a long, long time ago, and I used to be a pedestrian or try to be a pedestrian in Spenard, and it was very challenging. And nowadays, people want to ride bicycles, and so I think it's more healthy for them than driving. So. I'm in favor of that. And reading through this and all the details and everything, it looks to me like we have been bending over backwards to try to negotiate with the property owners on Spenard Road. And sometimes, you just can't satisfy people. No matter what you do, they're not going to agree. And so I think we're in a situation where we're forced to use eminent domain. I was reading in here where someone's property was appraised at $176,000, and they asked him what kind of an offer he would expect if they bought him out. He said he wanted $1.2 million. Well, sometimes in a situation like this, they see the municipality walk in and they think, wow, these guys got deep pockets. Let's see how much we can get out of it. And so I think the vast majority of the business owners have negotiated reasonably. And I think the remaining ones, had they been slightly more reasonable, we would have already reached an agreement with them. So I'm going to be a yes vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Croft?
That is not true.
Yeah, I was born in Spenard more than 50 years ago, and I've walked up and down that road a tremendous amount of times. I've knocked on PJ's Strip Club because my voter registration said there were 2 women who were registered to vote there. They weren't. But I tried. To the confused manager who answered the door, asking. The Hells Angels Motorcycle Club may still be there, and I remember very clearly knocking on them and waking up a guy at about 3 in the afternoon who was confused as I was. So I've known that area and walked that area, and as long as I can remember, the Spenard, you've been right up against traffic. It's been extremely dangerous, and then sort of got to relive that experience through the eyes of my children walking to Beartooth eventually and the other places there. It has needed this for a long, long time. It's unfortunate that Joe Spenard took his tractor on the path he did and that we didn't reserve enough right-of-way when we were doing this so many years ago. What we're voting on tonight, after a long series of negotiations where about 80% of the landowners have come to an agreement, is not the valuation that's appropriate, though I know that was a lot of the testimony, and I know there's a lot of very heartfelt feelings about that. We're voting on whether this is a public purpose, whether this is an appropriate use of eminent domain, whether building this road fits that definition. I was in the legislature when the United States Supreme Court said you could use eminent domain to do kind of commercial things. I think it was taking property and then giving it to another property owner, and the U.S. Supreme Court said you could do that. We said in Alaska we're not going to do that. We are only going to take this step for true public purposes, not to trade one landowner for another, not to build it from one strip mall to another, but for a public purpose. And so the question we're faced with is this a public purpose? And if it is, we can approve this resolution and start the process whereby the municipality says, we say this is what it's worth, but that's not the final word. You get to say it's not, it's worth this, and prove your case before a neutral person that is not a municipal employee. I hoped that everybody would come to an agreement. A lot have, many have not. But I think it's appropriate to take that next step so we can make a road that has been dangerous all my life much more safer, even as Spenard rebuilds itself. Not just the Beartooth, but in that other section, in the southern section, they talked about businesses that were affected, and I'm sure there were, but they're redeveloping now. There are businesses that I go to that are new and thriving, and that isn't because government did anything necessarily right recently. They've come back into that area and are revitalizing it themselves. It's not us; it's them doing it. I guess finally, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank the person who had this seat before me. Mr. Hall did a tremendous amount of work on this in a very difficult, emotional environment, and I think he took a lot of took a calm approach, and this is the result. We've gotten a lot of them resolved, some are not. I know it's very important to the people that are affected. I think it'll be very important to all of Anchorage to get this project moving, and we're declaring whether this is or isn't a public purpose. I believe it is, and so I'll be supporting it.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be supporting this, which is odd because usually I'm opposed to eminent domain. In fact, I remember back when they wanted to use eminent domain on the Twin Nose Coastal Trail extension. I voted against that. Got some consternation because of that. But in this case, I've seen the Spenard Road sputter along. And quite frankly, I can look at what they've done. They've reached out. Now let's the court decide what the price for this piece of property is. We need to get this thing done and move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Ms. Dombowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for those of you who love to hate me, I will not disappoint, I'm sure. I've done a lot of looking at eminent domain, and I don't think I've ever voted for it, to be honest with you. There I go, Mr. Croft. To be honest with you. And I know there are members of this body and in the mayor's office that have voted for eminent domain for the Conecuh River Bridge over at Government Hill, as I recall. I remember when Briggs Bridge went through, I don't know if you were there in Eagle River when Briggs Bridge went through, and a lot of people actually lost their homes. I mean, whole swaths of Eagle River. And so I understand the concept of eminent domain, especially you're putting through a highway, you're putting in a major bridge to give a secondary access or third access to get to a highway. That makes sense to me. But when we have the discussion, is this a public purpose? I think you're falling short on the discussion there, Mr. Croft, because the courts have also held, and here in Alaska, we can't use eminent domain for park access. So we've put boundaries on our own discussions about when and where we use eminent domain. So I think it's a little superficial just to say the discussion is it a public purpose or is it not? Because it is well within the realm of reasonable debate to say, where do we draw the line? Where are we going to use that public purpose and how far do we push it? So when I'm looking at this project, I've been critical of many projects over the years that aren't in my district, and I want to give Mr. Hall kudos. Up until today, even, Mr. Hall called me on my way to this meeting, trying to get me to vote for this. And it's because I hold a very high threshold. One of the speakers today, he made the comment, don't let NIMBYs obstruct this project. And I wrote it down. And the reason I wrote it down, because frankly, I fundamentally find that offensive, because we're not talking about not in my backyard. We're talking about taking somebody's front porch is what we're talking about. It's literally taking property. It's not, I don't want to see a cell tower out my kitchen window. It is physically, by the force of law, taking someone's property. And I take that seriously. So, you know, if I'm listening to some NIMBYs, as it was put, that's what I'm doing, because I take your private property very, very seriously. And then I look at the project, and there's no question Spenard Road, this has been hotly debated for years and years and years. And there are issues on Spenard Road, and I have to ask myself, as someone who believes in the rule of law, who believes in the sanctity of private property, and that eminent domain should only be used at the very last outset, and truly does that public purpose rise to the level of taking someone's property, I ask myself, and this is how it'll be played in the media. The Anchorage Assembly voted to use eminent domain for bike trails, for bike access, bike lanes. That's how it's going to be pitched. I'm not saying that's the case. And listen, my husband bikes, I'm all about bike safety. But at what point, we're going from 4 lanes to 3 lanes with bicycle lanes, you know, the debate will be had, okay, 3 lanes with sidewalks. Did we really need to go further? And I think there's a lot of discussion to be had there. And, you know, quite frankly, when I make these decisions, Mr. Hansen, it's just like a jury, right? You have to convince me. And you fell short. So I won't be supporting it. I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt, right? I think it's beyond that. I think I want the preponderance of evidence. I want that extra level of, I am convinced there is nothing else you could have done. And frankly, the administration didn't make their case. So for me, it's not because I don't like bicyclists. It's not because I don't want Spenard Road to be safe. Frankly, I don't taking people's property lightly. And that, I think, should be the measure. Some are very comfortable doing it, happy, enthusiastic to do it. I'm just not one of them. And so when you see eminent domain issues come before me, if you need my vote, which obviously you don't, but if you need my vote, you have to do your job and you have to convince me that this is the only alternative. And I'm just not there. But I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombrowski. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr.
Yes.
Okay, we're good. This resolution has been approved. We are now at agenda item 14E, AO 2017-13, an advisory ballot proposition on whether the municipality of Anchorage should continue to supplement the fluoride content of the municipal drinking water supply.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Dunbar?
would you entertain a several-minute recess to...
You can make a motion to recess for 5 minutes.
Can I make a motion to recess for 5 minutes?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any objection? We'll recess for 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Thanks. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We are now at agenda item 2017-13, an advisory ballot proposition on whether the municipality of Anchorage should continue to supplement the fluoride content of the municipal drinking water supply. Public hearing is now open. Anyone wish to testify, please come forward. Good evening. Please state your name and spell your last. Here's the extra one. Okay.
Hello, Madam Chair and Assembly Chamber members. My name is Lisa Bryant, B-R-Y-A-N-T. I'm a public health dental hygienist with the South Central Foundation, and I'm also the president of the Alaska Dental Hygienists Association, a constituent of the American Dental Hygienists Association, providing testimony in support of continuing community water fluoridation in the Anchorage municipality. The American Dental Hygienists Association and the Alaska Dental Hygienists Association support community water fluoridation as a safe and effective method for reducing the incidence of tooth decay throughout the human lifespan. For 70 years, people in the United States have benefited from community fluoridated water. Fluoride is a naturally occurring mineral in rock that is also found in soil and water. Many community water systems do not contain enough fluoride to be effective in preventing tooth decay, and is why it is necessary to fortify the water with the optimal level of fluoride of 0.7 pounds per million, which has been scientifically proven to help prevent tooth decay by preventing demineralization, enhancing remineralization of tooth enamel, and creating stronger teeth during tooth development. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recognize community water fluoridation as one of 10 great public health achievements in the 20th century. Community water fluoridation is one of the most intensely researched and scientifically backed public health initiatives. Water fluoridation has been proven to be a safe, effective, and inexpensive way to prevent tooth decay to all residents of a community regardless of age, education, income level, or access to routine dental care. Ma'am, he's sitting on my property.
He's off now.
Okay.
Thank you. That's okay. Thank you. Please continue.
Currently, Healthy People 2020 and Healthy Alaskans 2020 list a goal of increasing the percentage of the population served by community water systems with optimally fluoridated water. Untreated tooth decay can lead to severe pain, lost time at work and school, create difficulty eating and speaking, affect one's self-image, and increase dental and medical costs, as tooth decay can lead to root canals, extractions, and/or acute systemic infections. Although other fluoride-containing products are available and contribute to the prevention and control of tooth decay, community water fluoridation has been identified as the most cost-effective method of delivering frequent small levels of fluoride to all, reducing tooth decay by 25% in children and adults, according to the CDC. Although Americans' oral health has improved over the years, tooth decay is still the most common chronic childhood disease. It is my hope that decisions will be made tonight about continuing community water fluoridation in Anchorage will be made on strong, sound, peer-reviewed science and taken into consideration the numerous state and government agencies, as well as community stakeholders and dental professionals providing testimony tonight that support the continued use of community water fluoridation to help prevent tooth decay for the public's oral health and overall health and well-being for generations to come. And if I may reference Member Domboski, earlier today she said, this isn't from Wikipedia. I have over a list of over 100 national and international organizations that support community water fluoridation. And I'd be happy to pass that list out to you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a comment for the speaker and for everyone here who've waited. I just want to thank you for your patience waiting tonight on both sides, and thank you for offering your opinion. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of the efforts that you guys have been doing tonight. It's a very distressing job that you have. I've never witnessed this before, and I just say God bless you all.
Thank you. Ms. Domboski, do you have a question for you?
Yes, I have one more question for you, if you don't mind.
Ms. Domboski has a question for you.
So this is a bit ironic for some, and I'm just going to say it before everybody gets up and lambasts me from the dental community. I've been supportive of fluoride since I was in dentistry for 18 years.
Wonderful.
And so for me, I'm going to take a little different spin at this since you represent an organization. One of the issues that has arisen is where we buy our fluoride from. The fluoride we use here, I've been told, is purchased from China. And so the dentist I was speaking with last night didn't know that. And he said, and I said, and I'm always looking for mediated solutions, right? So would your organization consider potentially supporting a move to make sure that if we're going to continue to fluoridate the water, that it's bought in the U.S. so we know exactly what's in it?
I wouldn't understand why that wouldn't be a problem. I'm for all business to be U.S. and U.S. made, but I don't have the authority to, or the information.
I'm not asking you for an opinion right now, but that's something that, as this conversation goes forward, I would love for you guys to consider that and talk about it and, weigh the pros and cons and potentially even weigh in. You don't have to have an initiative or something on the ballot to weigh in, because if we can mitigate the factors that have created some concern, it may help. So I'm just asking for your organization to maybe consider that in the future. Just put it on your agenda and hopefully get your response.
I would say that the EPA and other organizations that are involved in trade would be sure that any product that comes into the United States is properly looked at and assessed for our overall health and well-being. And I trust those organizations and agencies to be able to make those decisions so that the products that we receive in the U.S. are safe to use.
Yeah, and the only reason I say that is because we had an issue a while back with baby formula and having lead in it. So that's why I bring it up. And if we have enough people in the community that have the concern, it's helpful to have people to try to come together with a collaborative, dissect what the issue is, and mitigate those concerns as much as we can. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dombowski. Good evening.
Hello, my name is Dustin Darden, and if I may, I have a lot of ground to cover. Could I, and I've been working on this issue for quite some time, may I request a 7-minute total instead of a 3-minute?
No, I'm sorry, 3 minutes for everybody.
Okay.
But thank you for asking.
But there's another side to this story, the side you're never told. And it starts with the astonishing but verifiable fact that nearly all the fluoride dripped into municipal water supplies isn't naturally occurring fluoride at all. In fact, it's actually a combination of hexafluorosilicic acid and sodium silicofluoride. These two chemicals are considered highly toxic by the EPA. They're actually classified as hazardous waste, and when packaged for transportation, they must be labeled as poison and handled by workers wearing industrial safety gear. So, what are hexafluorosilicic acid and sodium silicofluoride, and where do they come from? That's the part of this story that you probably won't believe. That is, not until you check it out for yourself. Because the more you look into the mythology of fluoride, the more bizarre this story becomes. And this bizarre story begins at phosphate mining companies. Phosphate is an important mineral used in fertilizers. It's mined from natural rock deposits scattered across the world, and the phosphate rock is then refined to produce phosphoric acid. If that name sounds familiar, that's because it's one of the main ingredients in carbonated sodas, such as Coke and Pepsi. Phosphoric acid is often compared to battery acid. It's a highly acidic liquid that is believed to be the primary reason why drinking sodas can result in kidney stones and a loss of bone mineral density. Phosphate rock is also used to create fertilizers. The problem is phosphate is often contaminated with high levels of fluoride. as much as 40,000 parts per million, or up to 4% of the raw ore. To remove the fluoride, sulfuric acid is added to a wet slurry of phosphate and water. This causes the fluoride to vaporize, creating highly toxic gaseous compounds such as hydrogen fluoride and silicon tetrafluoride. These toxic fluoride chemicals used to be released directly from the smokestacks of phosphate mining operations, but the nearby farms suffered devastating losses of cattle and food crops.
Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Good evening, sir. Your time is up. Thank you for being here.
I had one request, though, is that the urgency of this matter, Mr. Chair, if I may, please, because you honored the other.
Everybody gives 3 minutes, and I need to be fair to everybody, so thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Hi, my name is Steve Plante, Plante. The first witness, I felt that was a canned speech, and a very old one at that. There is so much new information. Thank you for the opportunity to help me jumpstart your self-education around why fluoride is obsolete. And to do that, I have to give you a little context. All right, so after World War II, the locals in Germany found huge caches of fluoride next to the water supplies at the prison camps. So upon investigation, they found out the Nazis were feeding fluoride to the prisoners through the water system. Well, a couple of years later, the U.S. government started feeding fluoride to the Americans through the water system as well. But this time, they said it was to prevent cavities in children. Well, we jump forward, and there's been a couple of remove fluoride campaigns here in Anchorage, and they were unsuccessful when the Assembly brought in expert witnesses. One time it was a video witness, and they basically determined that fluoride was good for children's cavities. Well, the internet and Google has changed all of this. We can no longer go upon this information that was fed to us 50 years ago. The program is obsolete. The internet did one really cool thing for me. It created patient-to-patient sharing. We no longer need the doctor now to find out what works, what doesn't work, what doses, what modalities are available for different diseases. And Google did something really cool too. Google digitized thousands of medical books, so now everybody can do medical research. All right. So, in the first testimony, she said the CDC says fluoride is good for everybody, take it. I believe I'm paraphrasing. In fact, the most recent information from the CDC says that fluoride is good only as a topical. Only as a topical. The FDA has rejected fluoride pills. They say they're too dangerous. So, Lancet in 2014 classified fluoride as a neurotoxin. Do we have neurological disease on escalating levels here? Yes. Autism, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's. Pure sodium fluoride will eat a hole in stainless steel. It comes out of a bag with a skull and crossbones on it that you saw the picture of earlier. Let's look at the cost-benefit ratio. You're feeding fluoride to 250,000 people for the benefit of 50,000 kids?
Thank you
It
very much,
doesn't make
sir.
sense.
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
It's too important. It's too important for just 3 minutes.
Thank you.
It's too important.
Thank you. Good evening.
Andrew Pauli, Pauli.
Thank you.
So, the public health people would have you say that, look, you are such august people that you can make this decision, this medical decision, and it is a medical decision because the FDA would call, you are making a medical claim that this cures something or does something. That's a medical decision. and all medical decisions really should be made by medical doctors. But you all and your predecessors really have been cowardly about this. I'm chiding you purposely, but you have, because you just kind of like want to put it out there. I agree with this. I think this is the best that we can get at this moment because you are cowardly and because you are ignorant. So, but, you know, I don't blame you for that. I mean, if you don't have an MD in surgery, I want you to be cowardly. I don't want you doing surgery on people. So you're missing a major point besides of your lack of qualifications is that in terms of medical ethics, there is no informed consent going on here. It has not been going on. And what's more, there's no individualization of treatment. And these are things that doctors are supposed to do. They're supposed to give informed consent. They're supposed to give individualization of treatment. And you just want to put it in the water. What about the babies? What about the poor babies? Poor parents that don't even know that they're not supposed to be putting fluoride according to the dental associations. You know, you're not helping them. They don't even know. They don't have a clue. And so you are causing harm, and you're not doctors, and you're practicing without a license. What would do better than this would be to go farther and say, we're stopping it. And what we're going to do is we're going to ask the people if they want us to restart it. Because as it is now, you're just saying, well, you know, we gave it to kids 30 years ago, and so we're still on the same program. We haven't done any new research like this lady hasn't. And we're just going to keep doing the same thing. How many people, you look at kids, 20-year-old kids, people in the university or wherever, and you look at see their teeth. It's very common in Alaska to see the dental fluorosis. You know, I met someone the other day, and they said that indeed it was, you know, I thought he just had bad hygiene. No, I saw the kid. He had dental fluorosis, a 20-year-old kid. He doesn't even know it. These people are going to be wanting to sue you at some point in time because you're not even telling them what you're doing. So you're on the wrong side of history. By continuing this, you're on the wrong side of history. This is going a different way than just sitting back and saying, you're good at other things that you do. This one you're not. You ought to back out and yes, let the people decide, but let them decide from a point of view of not incumbency, but a point of view of, you know, do you want to do this procedure just like a doctor would?
Thank you very much, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairman. My name is Tom Kowaleski, K-O-V as in Victor, A-L-E-S-K-I. I have been a village dentist for 30 years in non-fluoridated villages in southwest Alaska. I have also been a dentist for 40 years, nearly 40 years, in the village of Anchorage. I am currently the dental director for South Central Foundation. I see the difference every day in those teeth, every single day, and the difference is dramatic. I'm speaking as one who works in the trenches every day. I was there today, and I saw the fluoridated mouths, and I saw the unfluoridated mouths. I've seen 4 generations of kids and adults that live in the village of Anchorage and how much better their teeth are than the villages I take care of around Lake Iliamna. I would like you to come tomorrow morning at 7:30 to my emergency department, where we run 5 chairs and see 25 to 50 emergencies, dental emergencies every day, mostly non-fluoridated teeth. In 2012, dental emergency visits cost the U.S. healthcare system $1.6 million. Billion dollars, B. Dental-related emergency visit in our cities and our hospitals are on the increase, and the average emergency dental visit at Providence or regional costs $2,000, usually covered by Medicaid. Between 2000 and 2008, 61,000 emergency visits turned into hospitalizations due to dental infections. Of those 61,000, 66 people died of dental infections. It's real. My experience tells me that I rarely see an abscess tooth that comes from a fluoridated mouth. I trust that you will rely on 40 years of clinical experience. I'm not here to sell you that I would like to make more money on decayed teeth, but I'm asking you to keep the fluoride in the Anchorage water system because it's going to decrease the emergency room visits. It's going to decrease the amount of pain and suffering of our patients, and it'll dramatically increase my workload if you decide to pull the fluoride out of the water.
Thank you, sir. Do you have a question, Mr. Trainee?
Sir, just a quick thing for you. This, if it goes forward, does not get fluoride out of the water. This, if it goes forward, is just for a vote on it. And some people think this will get fluoride out. It doesn't. It doesn't mean that we're going to have poison from China come here or poison from America, if that's what you believe. This is just an advisory vote. So some people think they're going to be voting to get rid of it. They're not. That still has to come to the Assembly.
Thank you, Mr.
We'll do this
Trainee.
again, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Dr. Lynn Van Pelt, V-A-N-P-E-L-T. I'm a commission officer with the U.S. Public Health Service, and I've been with the Commission Corps for 20 years. And of that 20, 14 or 15 of it is with the Indian Health Service. So what Dr. Kowaleski has quoted the data, it's a lot what I've seen, not only here in Alaska, but other states. But today I'm going to talk to you a little about some data that I'm going to present. I'm currently working in the dental health aid training program here at ANTHC as one of the instructor. You know, for 70 years, people in the United States have benefited from drinking water with fluoridation. And the fluoridation in the community water is the single most effective public health measure to prevent dental decay. Fluoridation is also one of the most effective methods delivering fluoride to all members of the community, regardless of your age, of your education, income, or how much access you have to regular dental care. Drinking the fluoridated water will keep your teeth strong, reduce dental decay, and by approximately 25% in the children and adult, you'll save money as well as from personal perspective as well as from the healthcare system. So yes, according to both the CDC and the American Dental Association, for every $1 we invest in the community fluoridated water, you're probably going to save over $35 in dental treatment costs. So thank you for the opportunity, and good night.
Thank you very much. Mr. Croft has a question. Mr. Croft.
Yes, sir.
Possibly a stupid question, probably is, but why isn't fluoride in toothpaste enough? That is now that that's much more common than, say, it was 50 years ago, why doesn't that suffice?
Funny that somebody asked me that exact question this morning. It goes back to compliance, okay? Yes, there are fluoride in the toothpaste, but your patient have to use the fluoridated toothpaste in order for it to be effective. So if it's in the water, it's more effective. So yes, there are fluoride, and we do get other source. However, it comes back to a compliance issue from a patient-doctor perspective.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi.
Susan Kanan, and let me drop off 4% signature.
Can you speak in the microphone, please?
4% of the voters here in Anchorage I've got signatures on who are in a disagreement with that. And like you said, this is not a vote. You don't have to decide whether fluoride is good or bad for you. What we want to do is get an advisory vote from the population in Anchorage. There's a lot of people, there's going to always be a controversy on fluoride. If it was such a good thing, the controversy wouldn't have existed for 70 years. There are a lot of people that do not want fluoride in their water. CDC says it's not effective as ingested. It's only topical. A lot of the facts that you've heard tonight are not considered facts anymore. You need to look at the information that's out there. And the thought about the product coming from China that the water utility was very reluctant to tell us about. In 2015, they're still saying it came domestically. It doesn't. And they do not have chemical analysis for the batch that we actually consume. They trust the agencies. Now, as a whistleblower in Washington, D.C., and I didn't get this from Wikipedia, firsthand experience breathing those hydrofluoric acid and silicon tetrafluoride in the basement of the water treatment plant, I challenged the EPA on their lead in drinking water. It took 10 years. And the professor I was working with exposed this in Flint, Michigan. That's the same situation we have in fluoride. We've been putting it off, and so has the Assembly. You need to allow the people to speak. This doesn't bind you, doesn't bind anyone else. We challenge the facts as they are. We do no longer trust our government to put these things out there for us. We're a lot more concerned about GMOs and pesticides and gluten and all these other things, and other places have already studied it. You refused to study it in 2013. We need to set up a task force. That's a reputable task force where people can vote in and learn more about these topics, and then also speak out and allow them to talk by ballot. That there, even if there's like 50%, maybe there's 30%, 40%, what right have you as the Assembly to impose your concept of fluoridation on them when they would rather opt out? And it's very difficult to opt out because I've tested all the different types of filters, and bathing, you absorb fluoride from it, you absorb it from the toothpaste, you absorb it. We're getting too much. And I had dental fluorosis as a child. I had all the diseases you can imagine from fluoride poisoning, and our medical people aren't there to realize these things. And I recovered as I've avoided fluoride. So why should you impose it on me and other sensitive populations? Infant formula is twice as much toxicity in fluoride as they should be getting, and that's a known fact. CDC quietly puts it away and says, don't feed the babies formulated water. But where do you hear that? We need to put that notice in the water utility, and you can't, in the water utility bills. And you, I know I've tested your water. You do not drink fluoridated water. This is purified. There's no fluoride in it.
Thank you very much.
That's the height of hypocrisy. So please, get it on the ballot.
Mr. Weddleton?
Let voices be heard.
Don't go away yet. So now you're collecting signatures for Citizens Initiative, is that correct?
That's right, and that's where if the initiative goes through, it's much stronger than this advisory vote. It would actually take it off of your hands and take it out of the water through a referendum that would say, let's remove it. This doesn't do that. This is very weak, like the fruit says, it's cowardly. But I think the people in Anchorage deserve to know how many of us really don't care to be fluoridated anymore by the science back in the 50s. We've got much better science right now.
How is your signature gathering going? Are you going to meet the threshold?
It's a very difficult process, but I don't know that we're going to quit. As we get more and more people educated, I go up to people and many of them will, as soon as they're educated just a little bit, even with one or two facts, will sign the petition, and it has to do more with the group of people that we have taking signatures, not so much that there aren't people that are willing to sign. So, maybe it won't go through this time around. That doesn't stop us. We're getting more every time. I collect all the email addresses, and then the next time it's easier. But the municipality has not been totally helpful because I wanted to email an 11-inch paper, and see, these are all 14-inch pages, and people don't have the they don't have the legal size printer. So that makes it a little bit more difficult, but it's not going to be impossible, and it's going to happen. I mean, the rates of people recognizing the illnesses that come from this is increasing. The information is getting out there more and more.
Thank you very much.
Let's just get it on the ballot. Let's just see. Okay, let's just start. You've got a long way to go beyond that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Shannon Spalding, and I'm here representing the Anchorage Dental Society as the president. And we want to be clear that we support fluoride to be in the supplementation of water and the fluoride supply. Dental decay is a disease that is prevalent in nearly all of the U.S. population, children and adults. Any socioeconomic status, it affects everybody. Fluoride is in the community supply is a safe and broad-reaching, cost-effective, successful way to reduce the rate of caries. The main goal of public health is not necessarily a socioeconomic figure. It's to help everybody, wherever you are. Water fluoridation is one of the top 10 public health achievements of the 21st century. That isn't science from the 50s. That's from 1999, a CDC published article. Fluoride was developed by, or was made aware of in the 50s by a dentist that noticed that in a well that had a lot of fluoride, he was seeing a lot of his patients not experience dental decay that everybody else was seeing, so they did more investigations. But they've been doing studies past the 50s way more recently, and it was just made a public health achievement in the 20th century. And it would be a shame if this were discontinued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Brian Barabay. It's B-E-R-U-B-E. I've worked around 10 years in water plants all around the state of Alaska, so there's been a couple things here I just wanted to clarify. I can't say for sure that the fluoride that we use in Anchorage comes from China, but if it does come from China, it's because China has very, very high levels of fluoride. Fluoride's a natural mineral. Fluoride in the Kootenai Lake, or the water in the Kootenai Lake, has fluoride in it before we do anything to it. We are just adjusting the level. You'd be very, very hard-pressed to go in a water plant, and in Anchorage, we're adding chlorine, we're adding a coagulant. Go find one of those bags that doesn't have a skull and crossbones on it. The danger is not in the chemical itself, the danger is in the dose. If anybody's familiar with toxicology, that is the only rule of toxicology, that the danger is in the dose. If you drink enough water, you will die. So when we talk about how much fluoride we're putting in water, it is a controlled amount and it is evaluated continuously. The Safe Drinking Water Act mandates, a couple people have said that this hasn't been looked at for 7 years. That is wholly untrue. The Safe Drinking Water Act needs to be updated. I believe it's every 6 years. And fluoride continues, we've had adjustments in levels, but fluoride has continued to show over 70 years, and it is one of the most studied public health interventions ever, that it is safe at the right amounts. They have found that there are issues with dental fluorosis in some people. They have found that there are issues with skeletal fluorosis. But those are not the average cases. There has never been a peer-reviewed study that has shown fluoride to cause autism, all these other things. This is not, if you're sick, you go to the hospital. If I have cancer, I put my trust in the medical community. If you have any faith in medicine or science, this is not even a subject for debate. This is a fact. And I think that, if there are people in Anchorage that would like to see a ballot measure, would like to have people vote on it, as far as I know, my civics isn't 100%, but there's a process for it. There's people taking signatures to get it on the ballot. It is not the responsibility of the Assembly to sidestep a ballot initiative and put this on the ballot. And especially if we talk about an April election when there's not too many sexy offices up, your turnout is going to be those people who are against. Because people don't realize how much they actually benefit from this. So I just would like to make sure that, as you guys make this decision, not to take it lightly. Because this is, again, one of the top 10 public health achievements of the last century, and it is a shame that we are wasting time and resources talking about this.
Thank you. Mr. Croft?
Sir,
Mr.
just
Croft?
real quickly, I've seen that the recommended levels are from 0.07 to
1.2.
To 1.2. So, yeah, in the parts per million. What's your opinion on what the proper dosage is?
The under 0.6 is said to not have a benefit as far as dental decay. The CDC will actually be coming out with some new guidelines fairly soon that is going to even bump it a little lower. But I think what you're going to see is probably about a 0.6 to 0.9 window. And if you look at Anchorage, I look at their records. I looked at them today. And, they've never been over 1 this whole year. So
they're targeting 0.7. They had
targeting 0.7 here.
1 or 1.1 a couple of years, or maybe more than that. But anyway, they lowered it down to a target. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you
Mr.
very
Croft.
much.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Regina Monteufel, and I'm part of the Clean Water team. Point of clarification for the record, in the bush communities, there's toxic water from the military history of dumping toxic waste into the water system and not having proper water filtration system for the people. We need to stop wasting the taxpayers' dollars dumping 200 pounds a day of this product in this sign here in the water system. It is a neurotoxin. You are allowing a neurotoxin to be dumped into our water system. And I am a victim of this being dumped into the system because I had kidney cancer caused by the erosion of the pipes of the municipality of Anchorage into the water system in Fairview because the fluoride eats away at the pipes. And I am asking those of you who are going to vote for it not to be on the ballot to give me your bill of particulars, your evidence showing me that it's good for us, because it's not good for us. I laid in a hospital bed for 10 days. I almost died because of this garbage that has been put into our water. It is a byproduct of aluminum. China does not allow it for its own people. It is not allowed in Fairbanks. And I would like to state for evidence and discovery for the municipality of Anchorage to look at the evidence that has been produced in Fairbanks in regards to this issue. Please serve both papers on Mr. Abbott. I would like a copy and a sign that you have received these papers.
It's not worth it.
And I'm doing this because it's important. Fairview, Mountain View, Russian Jack, we have the oldest pipes in the city. This photo here says toxic with the skull and crossbones. Please hand it to Amy and have it passed down to Line and to Mr. Abbott. This is a serious matter here. Those of you remember the old Fairview Elementary School being torn apart? How many of you saw the pipes of that school? How many of you remember the water fountain issue that was submitted legislatively by Senator Ellis in regards to the water?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here this evening.
Are there any questions of the Assembly?
There are no questions. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Tom Hennessy, last name Hennessy. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a specialist in preventive medicine. I've lived in the Anchorage area for 18 years. I just want to comment on a couple things. I've listened to this debate. I've also attended the Assembly discussion in 2013 when this was covered, and this is very reminiscent of the kind of discussion we had before. And I think if you put this ballot measure out for public discussion, this is what we're going to have in Anchorage. We're going to have a lineup of public health professionals talking about the value of fluoride, established professionals who dedicate their lives to thinking about this issue, reviewing the data, and we're going to have a lot of scared, angry, frustrated people who are believing in some aspect of pseudoscience or engaging in a lot of the behaviors we've seen tonight. And we're going to have this played out in our community over and over again. And then they're going to bring professional lobbyists in to do the same thing. We're going to end up scaring the community in Anchorage. We're not going to further the discussion. In the public health arena, in the state of Alaska, we have objectives to increase fluoridation. That's a national objective. This is a settled question. We don't need to go back and do this again. We don't need to put this in front of the Anchorage community and have a bunch of scaremongering come and take this issue and distract us from the real issues that are presenting us here tonight. So I thank you for your attention, and I hope you vote not to put this in front of the public debate as you've described.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Got some evidence here.
Please state your name and spell your last.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elby.
You're welcome.
My name is David House Darden. Last name, Delta, Alpha, Romeo, Delta, Echo, November, a.k.a. Dave, a.k.a. the people of the city of Anchorage, a.k.a. Covert Beaver, a.k.a. Soundselfish, a.k.a. So Unselfish, a.k.a. your once and future king, a.k.a. prisoner number 498314. You want to lock me back in a cage? It's not happening. Shout out to my homies in Echo Mod, Alpha Mod, the orchestra conductor CO, CO lawyer. Thanks for the laughs. To the anecdotal village doctor, appreciate your service, honestly, from the bottom of my heart. I know what you're doing there at South Central, taking care of those teeth. That is good. But your evidence was anecdotal over the past 30 years. You mentioned about the people that don't, fluoridated water versus unfluoridated water. Okay, and then village of Anchorage, Los Anchorage, the next new Los Angeles. That's pretty funny. Okay, hey, what's going $1 million? $1 billion. Bro. Your teeth. Brush your teeth. Okay, the whole issue here is they have said this. The problem is they're not, I forgot to start. The problem is people aren't brushing their teeth. Just teach people to brush their teeth. There you go. You don't need to put that stuff. General electrolyte is safe. Grass. Okay, G-R-A-S. So you're saying fluoride is a general electrolyte is safe, but you're not sure that it's safe. Grass is good. Marijuana. Cannabis. You still have a Schedule 1. Okay, that's insane. No medical benefits. To the military, you're not going to let them, you're going to put them on Oxy. Okay, soda. Look at this stuff. Just get people to stop drinking soda. Then they're not going to have cavities. I mean, you're going to encourage people to drink this stuff, get the cavities, and then say, we're going to put fluoride in the water. Come on. Single most effective way to prevent dental decay, stop drinking this crap, brush your teeth. Soda pop. Take the red pill, guys. Come on, bro. The blue pill. That's what y'all are doing. Brush your teeth. Sorry about putting the foot cream on my feet there, because it feels like I have a noose wrapped around my neck, but you're going to lock me back in jail? Go for it, bro. Okay. Yeah, you're going to need more than SWAT team this time, too. Bring all your dogs. Can you bring more tasers? Bring your pistols, because I ain't going back in there. Yeah, I'm going. Okay, Susan, that was good stuff. Susan came in. I will go get you those signatures. Okay, I'm going to beat Tip Steele. Got to keep that seat warm for me. Hey, bro, you think this election is not going to be sexy? I think I'm pretty sexy, and I'm really running. Okay, hey, instead of putting fluoride in the water, let's put boner pills, whatever that Viagra is in there, then everybody happy, okay? And then, or how about SSRIs? Instead of giving those to the sad people and chemically castrating them, why don't we give those to the pedophiles and rapists? And these benzos. You got everybody walking around all doped up like a bunch of zombies. And you think these people are crazy? Actually, I'm pro-fluoride. Do not take the fluoride out of the water. I don't have to brush my teeth anymore, thanks to you guys. All I do is just drink the water. I don't brush my teeth. So don't take okay, P.J. Hill, my professor there, economics at UAA, Pershing J. Hill, he said, if you come to government and we're here to help, that's the biggest lie you ever heard. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Any questions?
No questions,
Oh, okay.
but thank you. Hi.
Hello, my name is Corey Hickel, H-I-C-K.
Can you speak into the microphone, please? Thank you.
Corey
There you
Hickel,
go.
H-I-C-K-E-L. And I'm coming tonight asking you guys to please not put this up for public vote. After listening to the testimony tonight as a citizen, I ask that we could listen to our health professionals in the community, public health professionals. It really does make a difference if you look at the science, looking at what CDC does have to say, and it being one of the top 10 public health achievements of the last century. But I also wanted to come as a citizen of Anchorage who's grown up here. I think we've heard some of the science, but I grew up on a fluoridated system. I don't have any cavities. I was raised in the same house as my sister, by same parents. We had the same rules about brushing our teeth every single night. But we moved when I was in high school, and she's 6 years younger than me. And I was talking to my father tonight, and he said, I know it makes a difference because she has cavities, and a lot of cavities, and I've had one. And that's after I moved out of the house as an adult and moved down to college. So I just ask that you would consider the testimony tonight from our public health professionals. Also, just myself as an Anchorage citizen who grew up receiving this benefit, and that you would not put this forward to public vote. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good evening.
Hello again. Every night I seem like my name's Hannah Frost, F-R-O-S-T. Every night I never intend to speak, and then something kind of drives me to speak on behalf of my community. And in general, I am with Ms. Domboski on putting things to the voters, to put it to the ballot. I agree with that most of the time. This is different. I don't know if any of you guys follow national news, but we recently figured out that we live in a, quote, alternative fact world. And these days, that's these days. And I'm terrified that the people of Anchorage are going to rely on those facts and not evidence-based research. We consult experts every single day, an expert on things like architecture, law, accounting, construction managers for the Spenard Road project, right? We consult them all the time. Why is this any different? You've been presented with a number of facts by experts tonight who say that fluoride is good. Fluoride should stay in the water. And I tend to agree with that. Ms. Dembowski, earlier this evening, you were not swayed by public opinion on the bicycle issue in Spenard. You said that you needed to be convinced without a reasonable doubt that something should be done or not done, correct? Why is this any different?
I said I wanted the preponderance of evidence.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that you had that quote, but why is this any different? We've been presented with a lot of evidence, a lot of peer-reviewed international evidence on fluoride. It shouldn't be any different. Another issue I have is that, Ms. Dembowski, you asked the first speaker if they would support fluoride coming from somewhere other than China. If that's the intent behind this, then we should have an ordinance that addresses that issue and not an ordinance that calls into question facts, evidence-based facts that come from scientists around the globe who've spent their lives researching this issue. And again, I normally am for putting things to the voters and asking them, but this is different. I support evidence-based science in this issue presented by experts to the people that we elected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening, sir.
Yes, I'm Robert Ellis, E-L-L-I-S. And what I haven't really heard, from what I understand, that the fluoride that's put in our water is not calcium fluoride, it's sodium fluoride. Sodium fluoride is a toxic substance. Calcium fluoride is the natural occurring fluoride in the water like a Clutha Lake. And we're not offered a choice. And basically that's really, I haven't heard that discussion about which fluoride we're using. That's it.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Good evening.
Hi, my name's Ed Larrivee, L-A-R-R-I-V is a victory, EE-2. Gee whiz, what a choice. One, I lose my teeth. The other one, I lose my nervous system. I think we should bring it to the voters, and this is why. Because I know a lot of information is going to come out on both sides. And this is how the voter can tell what to do. Both sides are going to just throw information, I'm sure Donald Trump will probably be there saying, hey, this stuff comes from China, but we're going to get more information if it's on the ballot so we know what we want. Personally, when I drink water, I want water. I don't want fluoride or poisons or anything like this. I do brush my teeth with fluoride. That's my opinion, though. If I'm going to drink water, I want water. If I'm going to get fluoride, I want it on a toothbrush. Maybe more information is needed. And this is how we can bring it out through voting. Because I know this is going to be, people are going to have their opinions. And you're going to have doctors on both sides. You're going to have lawyers on both sides. That's my opinion. Let's bring it to a vote so we can get more information on it. Let the voters choose.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wish to be heard? Good evening.
Nobody ever claps for me when I do this.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Good evening. My name is John Laux. Last name spelled for the record Laux. I rise today on my own behalf, though as a matter of disclosure, I have served on a number of public health and healthcare related boards, commissions, and committees, both at the local, state, and federal level. I am in support of continued fluoridation of the water. I rose to say this very same thing 3 years ago when this last came around. That was actually my first ever moment of speaking on the public record. It was the last time we did this. And I tend to agree with Assemblyperson Traney that this will probably happen again. But what I would say is that what I've come to notice is that a lot of public policy discussions, such as in this venue, come down to personal stories. So allow me to offer mine. For the first 5 years of my life, I grew up on an Air Force base that did not have fluoride in the water. At the age of 4, I went under general anesthesia, had my 4 front teeth pulled out due to severe decay, and had 4 root canals on my molars that were then capped. The aftermath of that was that the spacing of my teeth was off, so I had a speech impediment for 15 years. Took at least a solid 7-8 years of speech therapy to be able to pronunciate certain words. Turns out you actually need kind of your front teeth to be able to say the, there, though, etc. Can I say for certain that had there been fluoride in the water when I was a kid in Oklahoma, that I wouldn't have had that severe a dental decay? No, I cannot. But likewise, the numerous people that have risen to this podium today and said that fluoride has poisoned them can also not offer definitive proof. So what I would encourage you to do is to keep in mind that this is a very important topic. Fluoride is one of the top 10 public health advances of the 20th century. And to allow this topic, to allow this discussion to devolve into fear-mongering and pseudoscience is not good public policy. And with that, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? You already spoke. You can only speak once. Okay? Thank you. Anyone else wish to testify? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none. Public hearing is now closed. What is the wish of the body?
Move to
Mr.
approve.
Mbazaki.
Move to approve.
Can we have a second, please?
Seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Croft.
That was Mr. Croft?
That was Mr. Croft. Mr. Evans.
What?
Oh, can I go first?
I'm sorry, Mr.
Thank
Mbazaki.
you.
Sorry
I just
about
want to head
that.
off some of the conversation. Okay. So this is an interesting one for me because I believe I'm the only person on this body who's actually worked in a dental office for 18 years. And it taken me 4 years to get to this point. And the reason I brought it forward as an advisory question, it's because I believe in the benefits of fluoride. Ironic. I know, because I have, as the doctor testified, I can tell you, I have sat there and worked on children from Varroa, Alaska that don't have fluoridated water, and I've worked on kids from here in Anchorage that do. There is a stark difference. There's no question. But, you know, to say it's one factor would not be real. It wouldn't be honest. I mean, there's multiple factors, whether it's how many pops they drink, how many times they see a dentist, everything. But I can tell you as a dental assistant, one of the first questions I asked when we had new families come in is, are you on a well? And then we would prescribe fluoride pills. So I do know the value. So this topic has challenged my own predisposition as being somebody who has seen the advantages of fluoride, whether it's somebody going through cancer treatments and their salivary glands dry up, so you automatically put them on higher fluoride supplements in order to stave off what is going to be inevitable caries, or whether it's as a representative. So my challenge that I have to the members on this body is not this to me is not a discussion of whether you support or oppose fluoride, because I clearly have said on the record, and I passionately fought for Mr. Flynn's resolution a couple years ago. I clearly have said I support fluoride. But I do recognize, as a representative, sometimes you have to put your personal dispositions, predispositions, or biases aside and you have to listen. And what I'm hearing in the community is there's a lot of discussion about going organic or, chemical free or no GMOs or, whatever host of conversations have started evolving. And I also hear the other part of the fluoride debate is just what I said. People are concerned about where they're getting their product. So, I hear that, and what really surprised me and the thing that pushed me to decide to bring this forward is I started visiting community councils in Eagle River. Not the most, I would say pretty conservative. But it depends on, it's really a mixed bag. I would ask one community council, is this a topic you want to weigh in as a community on the ballot? 95% of the hands went up. Totally surprised me. I did not think I would get that. I go to another community council, 50-50. Birchwood Community Council was a complete shock to my system. I'd say only about 20% there wanted to. But it's totally different than the discussion that was had 3 years ago. And I guess what I'm seeing is a trend of more and more people saying, you know what, we want to raise this level of community dialogue, and actually the voters want to weigh in. So I look across Alaska, I look across the country, and I see more and more communities. Look, Fairbanks, Palmer, Wasilla, Juneau, a lot of communities have gone fluoride-free. Do I believe you go fluoride-free into your community water supply that you're going to see higher rates of caries? I do. But I've challenged myself as an individual assembly member to try to put aside my own personal thoughts on the issue and say, as a representative, what is the best course of action and how can we make this body actually have a substantive discussion? And this is the moment, this is the method I chose, because what I can tell you is usually when this comes up, there's snickers and there's, the crazies are coming out. And I don't think that's fair. I think there's a lot of people I've heard from Girdwood that don't want fluoride in their water. And I was shocked to see how many people, and I did not ask people in Eagle River how they felt about it. Do you want it or do you not? What I asked is, do you want it on the ballot only as an advisory question? Because frankly, it was really a leap for me. It's taken me 4 years to get here. But I was not ready to propose taking it out as a full-on ballot measure. I'm just, that's asking much of me right now because I haven't quite got there. But I'm struggling with my professional experience and my hat as a representative. And my hat as a representative won, frankly. And I decided I am willing to submit my own beliefs in front of the voters in Anchorage and let them either weigh in and say, yeah, Amy, we agree that fluoride should stay in the water, or no, we don't. And it is just an advisory role, but this is an opportunity for the Anchorage Assembly to, at no cost, we're already printing the ballots, have 2 sentences on there and ask, do you want to continue the fluoridation? That's the reason I was hoping the Alaska Dental Society and others would go back, and I'm looking at the factors and I'm saying, what are the 2 main arguments? One, I don't buy the argument that we're medicating without a license, or we're practicing medicine without a license. I don't buy that. But I do see the distinction between topical application of fluoride versus ingestion. I get that. I also understand that the fluoride that you get in the water is significantly diluted. And so it's not like, I don't feel like we are practicing medicine without a license. But again, this is a time for the Assembly to say, what form do we want this discussion to have? And I don't think, no matter how you vote tonight, I don't think it's right or wrong. But I would say if you choose not to put it on the ballot, this issue is going to get bigger and bigger, because as I said, in the 4 years I've been on the Assembly, I was shocked to see in my own community how much the interest has grown in this topic. And I think it's going to keep coming back. So if the Assembly chooses not to ask the voters to engage in the dialogue on a community level, I think the day will come when we need to have our own committee in order to look at this issue. And no, I'm not suggesting that right now. I hope we just put it for the voters. And if the voters say no, then the issue's done, I think, in my mind. But at least I've tried. At least I feel like I fulfilled my obligation as an assembly member. And two other things I will just address really quickly. Number one, I don't believe this is anything like eminent domain. I don't buy that argument. There's a difference between taking people's property and adding a chemical to the water supply. And whether that chemical is valid or not, as one of the members testified of the community, we put chlorine, we put all kinds of stuff in the water. That's just a fact. But when we talk about there is no holy grail when it comes to medicine, and what I mean by that is the practices and the processes that we adopt today are not always acceptable, tomorrow. It may still occur, I don't know, but I'm not really familiar with a lot of people that go through shock therapy now. It may still occur. There may be applications for it, absolutely. But in the dental community, in the time that I've been in dentistry, I've been away for a couple years now that I've been on the body, but over 18 years period, I saw mercury fillings, alloy fillings, go from a very standard practice to something that some offices refuse to even use. Now, I'm not one of those either. I think there's a mediation, there's somewhere in between, but when somebody looks at you and say, well, this is an accepted dental practice, well, I know a lot of people when they were young that actually played with mercury. You don't do that now. So that's why I say medicine evolves, we learn more, we adapt, but as representatives, I think there is a challenge in balancing what our own personal beliefs are and sometimes allowing the voters to engage. The last thing I'll say is regarding the petition. When it comes to the petition process itself, I believe it's onerous. And I believe, obviously, the citizens that have expressed an interest and spearheaded the campaign, I don't believe they're as politically experienced or sophisticated as other groups that have brought forward ballot propositions. So I fully believe that, you hand them a bunch of petitions and say, go ahead and get signatures, when it's 20 below for 2 weeks. I think obviously we did that because I think honestly the sense of the body is when we passed the resolution said, you know what, we're not going to do anything, go ahead and get a petition. I don't think anybody expected they would be successful. And it's not demeaning, it's not. The reality is the petition process is onerous. I mean, it takes time, it takes money, you get to get thousands.
Ms. Bosky, I don't mean to be rude, but you need to wrap it up because we have like 3 people in the queue. And I wanted to say a few words, but I probably won't now.
No, but I just wanted to address the main point
and you did a good job.
Express to people that, there is a petition process. And if you want to blow off the topic, that's one way to do it. And it's not wrong, it's just a different way.
Thank you, Mr. Bosky. Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought Amy was trying to run out the clock for this one. But, this issue presents us with 2 questions. The first question is whether community water fluoridation is harmful. Does it create harmful effects? And if so, what are those and what are the likelihood of those and what are the risks of those? The second question is whether the community water fluoridation presents benefits, health benefits, because you have to have some reason to do it. If it's not doing anything good for people, we don't have to worry. If it's not doing anything harmful, there's no reason to do it. Both of those questions, though, are questions of pure science. They're not susceptible to public opinion. If everybody in this room agreed that fluoridation was harmful, it wouldn't make it harmful if science says it's not. So there are questions of science. So when we're faced with a question of science, as a body here, we have a couple of different options. The first option is we can study. I mean, there are everybody's talking about antiquated science and stuff. For the last 3 weeks since I heard this issue was going to come up, I've been reading more papers on fluoridation than I knew was possible. And they're mostly recent. There's 2015 studies, 2014 studies. It's not antiquated. These issues, because complaints about fluoridation have been becoming more prevalent, responses to it have also becoming more prevalent, and in scientifically peer-reviewed documents. And you have to have the ability to determine, what's good science and what's bad science. We live in that alternative, fact age, apparently, and one of the things we're losing is that ability to differentiate between good science and kind of bad science. So as elected officials, That's one responsibility. You could do the research, make an informed decision. If that is, if it's too difficult or you don't have the time or whatever, the other thing you can do is to hire experts to run your water plant to make those decisions for you. That's what we do. And you can trust them, or you should hire different ones if you don't trust them. But putting it to a vote gets you nowhere. What if we put this to an advisory vote, and it turns out 54% of the people want fluoride out of the water? It comes back to the assembly. What do you do? Does that make it any more likely or less likely that it's causing harm? And also, the advisory vote is just kind of flawed in the get-go, because we're asking the entire city to vote on an issue that only affects part of the city. A lot of the city, most of the parts of my district are on their own well waters. They have their own levels of fluoridation going on. And so you're going to have some parts of the city decide whether the rest of the city is experiencing a health issue and whether they should or not. And that doesn't make any sense to me. Why should people in my district should be able to say if people in Patrick's district should live with fluoridation or not?
Maybe they drive here and drink the water in the library?
And I think that's the main things I have to say, but I think doing this is just putting this as to an advisory vote. It just doesn't make any sense at all to me. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Mr. Croft.
Very quick questions for the people that do run our water utility. A couple of things that have been said while he's coming up. The studies I've seen are the 0.7 to 1.2. I referred to it in a question, parts per million. What are we currently, what's our target? What are we averaging in our water supply? What level of fluoride?
Through the chair, Mr. Croft, for a long time, we kept to a standard of 0.7 to 1.2. In 2011, some preliminary findings came from the Centers for Disease Control and EPA, Public Health Service, and they made a recommendation, a tentative recommendation, that the optimum dosage should be 0.7 parts per million. We immediately dropped our dosage to try to hit that 0.7. That's been our target ever since.
So you're in the range, but sometime you were in the high end, and now you try and hit just the low end of that.
Well, we have dispensed with the idea of the range from 0.7 to 1.2, and we're using 0.7 as the target per the recommendations of the federal agencies.
Gotcha. Is it 200 pounds a day? Is that what the water that we use needs to get that levels? Do we put in 200 pounds a day of?
200 pounds a day? I haven't run that number. I don't know if David has that number in his head.
It's about it. Okay.
My Florida guy says yes.
To get to that 0.7 parts per million. And then is there any significant health difference between adding fluoride through calcium fluoride or sodium fluoride?
It's the fluoride part of the chemical that makes the difference. So I think the effect, the beneficial effects would be from the fluoride, not from the cation part.
Because there is calcium and sodium in things we drink anyway, and they're not tied to any particular risk or benefit.
Absolutely.
And is it possible to buy, if we're going to, should we buy our poison locally? I mean, is it better, are there sources of American fluoride?
There have been sources of American fluoride. We don't actually control the origin of the source. We buy from certified vendors. We buy from vendors that provide certification from the National Sanitation Foundation.
Certification of purity, certification
yes,
that it
from the
is
National
what
Sanitation Foundation. That's correct.
Certification that it is what it purports to be. Has the.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's what I had, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Croft. Mr. Trainee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've been through this hearing twice now. This is the third time. And I find we're having less people here that want to get the fluoride out of the water than before. Believe it or not, Amy, we had a lot more people show up before this one. I find interesting that I heard for the first time tonight they don't care if we put fluoride in. They just want to make sure it's American fluoride, not Chinese fluoride, which means if it's poison, you really rather have American poison than Chinese poison. But, you know, it's on for another night. But I find it odd that a couple of years ago we were doing the anti-smoking ordinance, the secondhand smoking ordinance. I had a respiratory therapist vote no. That was Miss Osiander from your area. I think it's in your water. Now I've got a dental technician that's worked in this that's going to vote to send this to the voters. I have something in the water in Eagle River Chugach. But I'm definitely not going to vote this way. I've been consistent with this, voted against it every time, because we have the professionals that come here that tell us the cavities you have in the villages that don't have fluoride. And I've talked to them in depth, and I believe what they're telling us. So I'm a no vote on this.
Thank you, Mr. Trainee. Mr. Weddleton.
Well, Mr. Evans said that this is just a matter of science, but I would challenge that because just even if we can accept that putting fluoride in is good for your teeth, and that doesn't mean we should necessarily do it. I mean, there's probably other stuff we could put in the water and we don't. So I'm not compelled. My kind of rule of thumb for most things is when in doubt, leave it out, which is why I'm such a boring cook. But, in this case, I'm surprised we put fluorine in water. And I think having read several of the studies that were emailed to all of us, what I took away was, wow, it's soda pop and often bad dental hygiene is really the problem. And we are kind of backstopping those fundamentals by putting fluoride in the water. So I'm less of a fan of fluorine. It was never an issue really before, and now as I've kind of looked at it, I said, I don't know. I'm surprised that we're doing it. I'm not so much inclined to put this to a vote, though, because I would rather have the Citizens Initiative go forward and see where that lands. And in a sense, that is a vote. If they can't get the signatures, I guess we kind of got our answer. And if they can, well, then it goes to the real vote. So I won't support putting it to ballot, but less and less inclined to think we should have fluorine in the water. Thank you. Fluoride.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know about the rest of you, but my email has been packed with emails on this issue. But the thing that jumps out at you is the healthcare professionals are for it. And there are a number, massive amounts of studies, and there are significant endorsements of it by professional groups, professional dentists, professional healthcare folks. I don't mind folks voting on it if either we want to put it on or if folks should gather the signatures themselves. We've tried it a couple of times, and it hasn't passed. And my emails, I know, are going at least 5-1 in favor of fluoridation. So I'm not at a rush to take fluoride out of the water. Anyway, I will be a no vote on this, and if folks want to gather the signatures to put it on, that's great.
Thank you, Mr. Steele. There is no one else in the queue. Please vote. Mr. Starr. Yeah, I think so too. Right. Okay. Thank you. This ordinance fails. We are now down to audience participation. Anyone wish to be heard? Seeing none, can I have a motion to Hello.
My name is Ed Larrivee, as I said before. Larriv is in Victory EE-2. Snow removal. We have none. Did you see it on Saturday? My gosh, it was terrible. And Sunday wasn't that good either. I had to go to church then. I know who came up with 72 hours and 84 hours. They have 84 hours now. They used to have 72 hours to take the main roads and scrape them, get the snow off. This is causing wrecks. It's endangering people's lives. geez, who knows what it's doing to our cars. I mean, we ought to go back to 72 hours, or better yet, go after 50 hours, because Saturday was terrible. Sunday wasn't a picnic. We need to concentrate on snow removal. We're going to get more storms too. What is wrong with us? Why are we cutting back on snow removal when we need it the most? And people are literally dying from it. That's my point of view.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee has a question.
You're absolutely right. They've increased the amount of hours to remove the snow, and that doesn't work. At one time, they wanted to go to 90 hours to remove the snow. And how many snowfalls do you have to have before they're actually out in the street removing the snow?
How many people have to die?
But we've seen the state cut back on snow removal. Some of our streets are cities, some are state, and the state is actually selling off their snow removal equipment.
Maybe we should buy it.
They don't have the money to keep it in operation. So I know last time we did a budget, I tried to add more money into snow removal. Didn't find success in doing that, so hopefully the next time we have budget, I'm going to try and push it again, because we need to get the snow off the streets. You're absolutely right.
I bet you'll find support now.
But thank you.
Thank you. You all have a good night, and be careful. The roads are terrible.
Thank you very much.
More snow.
Anyone else?
Yeah, my name's the people of the city of Anchorage. Darden.
Can you state your name again? Did you do that?
Oh, I'm sorry. David Darden.
Thank you.
Delta, Alpha, Romeo, Delta, Echo, November. So I wanted to talk about a few things that have been troubling me about Anchorage. I was born here, Providence Hospital, August 5th, 1981, the year of our Lord, give or take a few. And I've been kind of eating poop my whole life, and I'm a little tired of it. So now I'm going to share my feelings here before y'all just lock me back there in the Anchorage Correctional Complex for doing a little interior decorating. When you know someone's pain for 6 or 9 years, and you throw them in a cell, and you don't let them talk to a lawyer, and you make them eat fecal matter, it ain't right. I don't like it. I'm going to change it. I'm running for a steel seat there in West Anchorage, E3, whatever it's called, King of Anchorage, whatever you want to call me. You don't want to vote for me? I'm leaving this town. I'm going to fix things. What are you guys doing to make some money? Instead of cutting jobs, cutting back, cut this, cut that, how about you make some money? Earn your keep, you know? Anybody ever thought of that? Like, we got marijuana's legal now. Why doesn't the city grow some weed, sell it, have the homeless people grow it, then you give them a job, sell it, then you can pay for a house for them to stay in instead of letting them freeze out there and die? So, yeah, stop feeding food that is not fit for human consumption to the prisoners at the Anchorage Correctional Complex that you got downtown. Don't like that. Got a nice video there on Facebook, me versus the Anchorage SWAT team, if you want to watch it. You all thought my brother was crazy. I'll show you crazy. Running for the District 3 CE there in April. Following there's the 27th coming up here in a couple days. I'll put my life on the line there. Y'all probably going to kill me for telling the truth, because that's what you do. Come out with your tasers, bro. Yeah. The bacon in this town, it's gotten cold. When you know what happens when you freeze bacon? It turns rancid. So let's stop freezing all our bacon and making people eat rancid bacon. Food Services of America and Cisco are the two main food service distributors here in Anchorage. Stop putting bacon in the freezer. That is going to be the primary goal of my campaign, is to stop having us eat rancid bacon.
Madam Chair, it's 11 o'clock.
Thank you. It's 11 o'clock. We need to end the meeting. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
No questions?
Second. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.
Yeah, can you let her talk?
We have to end at 11.